good morning and welcome to the fifth and final day of competition in this, the IWWF Europe and Africa U17, U14 Championships of Europe. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. You're looking at a live shot of the Stratos Lake, divided into its arena setting and the rest of the lake used for recreational purposes. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is the Kastraki Reservoir, which flows into the Stratos Lake. So too does the Kelios River, which you can see a little bit of towards the top left-hand corner of the screen. And we've got six final rounds of competition today. Starting off with the U17 boys slalom final, which will start at around about 9:30, which is in a few minutes time. And then we'll go into under 14 girls slalom, under 14 boys trick final. And then we'll work from there into the U17 girls tricking final, along with the U14 girls jump final. And then finally, the grand finale itself, the U17 boys jump final. So there we go. The stage is set as we take a look at the Stratos Lake. Beautiful setting, as you can see. The most recent construction that completely divides the arena side of the lake from the rest of it. And this competitive setting will not only be present for this tournament, but for a number of tournaments over the next few coming years, including the European under-21s, which will be taking place around about this time next year, right here on Stratos Lake, just outside of Grigno in Greece. And then the O35 Europeans will be taking place the year after. And then the year after that, we anticipate being in a position to host the World U21 Championships right here at the event venue that is the Stratos Lake, as we fly in just above the jumping ramp, which has certainly seen plenty of competitive action over the last few days, and we certainly saw some of that yesterday coming to a head, with the girls U17 Championship of Europe being won by Scarlett Graham of Italy, and there's still plenty of competitive events to take place during the course of today's action. So there is our schedule: U17 boys slalom final, U14 girls final, then U14 boys trick final, then U17 girls trick final, and then we have the U14 girls jump final, and then the U17 boys jump final. All that to come and more as we circle around to the starting dock, which will be a pretty lively spot for the first 12 skiers in this competition. In the Sunday final day of competition. This is day 5 of the Europe and Africa Youth Championships for 2026. So why don't you take a little bit of time out to grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat, because we will throw down with the under-17 boys slalom final. And at the flip side of this break, I'll also keep you up to date so far as where the overall is standing right now. All that and more to come right after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right then, folks. Good morning, greetings to wherever you happen to be watching this live broadcast of the 2026 Europe and Africa Youth Championships, sanctioned by the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. All right. First event is less than 3 minutes away from getting underway, so let's have a look at the start list. Ivan Zaletsov, who slalom 5 on 12 meters to just about make it into the slalom final. His contention so far as the U17 boys overall is concerned is still very much there. We got Konstantin Atensem next up in the U17 boys slalom final, followed by Sebastian Bergschoden, Ricky Hansen, Jose Francisco Simeon, then Alice Poliador, James Cosgrove, Harley Costa, Theo Wield, Alessandro Schonauer, Mikolauchenko, and Ioannis Konstanthanos. All right then. So let's talk about under 17 boys overall. Well, it would appear, at least on paper anyway, that with about 270 point differential between Mikolauchenko and Ivan Zaletsov, that it's all done and dusted. But we would have to see what Ivan Zaletsov does by way of maybe improving upon his score, because that is going to have to be the two-part task that Ivan would have to undertake in order to close that kind of gap. However, another battle in terms of overall exists between Ivan Zaletsov in second and Ioannis Konstanthanos, who's about 23 points further back in third place overall compared to Ivan Zaletsov, and he is in this final, and so too we're going to see him second to last out in the jump final. So not all cut and dry yet with all of the podium positions, but at least so far as the top one is concerned, Mikolauchenko has a pretty healthy lead, and we'll see if that lead segues through to the overall title. Now, so far as the team competition is concerned in the U17s, Ukraine has a 1,000-point lead, 1,023-point lead ahead of Belarus. So you can almost consider that to be a done deal so far as Ukraine above Belarus in the U17 category. Now that was based upon the results after Saturday. And so far as the U17, U14 combined Hellenic Trophy title, it would appear that that is still very, very much a title all up for grabs, because Ukraine, despite the fact that it has the lead in the Hellenic Trophy competition, they are on 1-4-1-3-5, and Belarus is on 1-4-1-1-0. So there is about 25 overall points difference between the Ukrainians and the Belarusians in the combined title. So, and it looks like on the starting dock, Ivan Zaletsov will be looking to try and bridge the gap in terms of those points. But it's going to be tough so far as the U17s are concerned, because most of the point scoring is maxed out in U17. So gaining more overall points is going to be especially harder for the U17s. However, it's not impossible. And for those of you wondering about the point scoring in the U14, just to make that abundantly clear, going in the U14 team overall, Austria has about a 160 or so point lead ahead of Belarus, and Ukraine are in third in the U14s. So that brings everyone up to date with the scoring. So we go maximum speed with each of our competitors, and here is the first of them. This is Ivan Zaletsov. So if Ukraine want to keep their noses out in front in the team, and if Ivan wants to improve in terms of overall, not the least of which is the prospect of him slaloming his way to that title, then the improvement has got to start right here, right now. 14.25 meter start, I believe that was at 58K. Certainly capable of running it. Yes, indeed, 14 meter start. Came into this final round with 5 on 12 meters, so anything above that would be most helpful. Okay, so Ivan Zaletsov running the opening pass of 14, a mere formality for him. But as we look at the running order, we see some great competition on tap here, not the least of which is Konstantin Atemsam. I'm sure his brother Nicky is watching from wherever he happens to be around the world, and I'm sure that there are a number of fans at Sentosa in Dnipro that are looking at this coverage and seeing one of their own compete in the slalom event. Oh no, and he goes down on 13 meters. Oh my word. So he started on 16 meters. That was on 14 coming back. So a major disastrous performance there from Ivan Zaletsov, and that basically hands the overall title on a platter to Mikhailchenko. So that turns out to be 2.5 at 14.25 meters. So I don't know what was going through his mind on that one, but 2.5 on 14.25 meters will certainly not make that much of an impact in the slalom final in terms of event title competitiveness. But it will mean that that he's down to his one final chip to play, and that is the U17 jump final to take place a little bit later on. So Ivan Zaletsov getting a little bit deep around number 3 and just couldn't really hold on to it. So there you go. That is Ivan Zaletsov proving once again the unpredictable nature of this sport. So coming into the course a little bit earlier than scheduled, this is Konstantin Atensam. All right, getting the job done on the opening pass. That is Konstantin Atensam. So Konstantin Atensam coming to us from Vienna in Austria, skis over at the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club, which hosted the European U21 championships last season, and that's the championship that we would that this venue here in Agrinio in Greece will be hosting this time next year. Konstantin Atensam. "13 meters, nice start off number 1. And getting around all 6 on 13 meters, representing the nation of Austria, who are currently in the lead in the team overall in the U14s. And just trying to stave off a late surge from the likes of Ukraine and Belarus. But so far as U14s are concerned, the next competitive action that we'll see from them is our very next event, which is the U14 Girls Slalom Final. So looked in good shape on the return pass towards the dock. Konstantin Atensam. So 5 on 12 in the prelims, just exactly the same score as Konstantin Atensam. So 5 on 12 in the previous round, same score as Ivan Zaletsov, I beg your pardon. This is 12 meters now. Looking to try and complete the task on 12 meters this time around and get in the, oh no, and unfortunately unable to get it outside buoy number 6. So from the early indication, it would appear that Konstantin Atensam is in the exact same spot as he was in the preliminary round with a 5 buoy count on 12 meters. We'll have a look and see for certain with our instant replay. So the score is confirmed by our officials. It is going to be 5. And we'll have a look at the tail end of this this effort here from Konstantin Atensam. Just a little ways down course, and on 12 meters, you cannot afford for that to happen. Tried to sell us on number 6. No one was buying. So Konstantin Atensam is our new leader with 5 on 12 meters, ahead of Ivan Zaletsov's shocker of a performance with a 2.5 on 14.25 meters. Next competitor to go, representing Norway, our only contestant in this competition from that Scandinavian nation. It is going to be Sebastian Bergschoden. All right, so let's have a look and see. We've got Sebastian Bergschoden. There's Oliver Antonsson looking a little bit disappointed with the effort there from his son Konstantin Atensam. Now 16 meters for Sebastian Bergschoden of Norway, our third competitor off the dock. Glorious sunshine, perfect weather for tournament water skiing. And I wonder how that affects someone who comes to us from one of the Nordic states. Someone who's more used to cloudy, overcast, and downright cold weather. And we'll see how that segues in. And the beautiful shot of the Norwegian flag held aloft by our Norwegian and supporters, and probably has one or two other Scandinavian friends behind that flag as well. Sebastian Bergschoden of Norway. Coming up next after him is going to be Ricky Hansen from Sweden and Jose Francisco Samo. So Sebastian Bergschoden running through the opening pass of 16 meters. He'll make his return down towards the dock on 14.25 meters. Okay, 14.25 meters, he nails the run. So pulls out to shorten for the next run. This is going to be 13 meters coming back for pass number 3. Skiing behind that white Nautique 200. So Sebastian Bergschoden, who I would guess skis on a fairly irregular basis over at Seap, the ski scoring facility over in Schlurstad, which is about an hour and a half north from the nation's capital of Oslo. And that has held many championships itself at various levels, all the way through to elite open level in the Europeans way back in 2011. And Sebastian Bergsoden getting through that pass of 13 meters, and now getting set up for 12. The lead score is Konstantin Atensam with 5 on 12, the same score that he produced yesterday in order to make it through to this slalom final. So with a lead of 5 on 12 meters, this is that pass, 12 meters coming right up. A little bit stiff around buoy number 2, but he's still there on number 3. He's good to go for number 4. Can he make a pass there on number 5 and getting the job done? That is a 6 buoy count, and yes, way to celebrate there. So Bergsoden from Norway, looking impressive out there. That might actually be the first time that he's run through 12 meters. A delightful effort out there from start to finish. So Sebastian Bergsoden, who this season hasn't had too much success in the slalom event, but that's all turned up on its head now. He's already surpassed his personal best of 3.5 on 12, and is now in the lead with 1 buoy on 11. So I'm sure he's going to get a lot of hugs and a lot of high fives on the basis of that performance. Came into this final round having scored that personal best yesterday of 6 on 12 meters, and has now increased it to the tune of 1 additional buoy on 11.25 meters. Yeah, putting a big number out there. 1 at 11.25 meters, and we've had scores deep into 11.25 meters. Only a couple have actually gone through that pass by successfully clearing the 6 buoy count. That is Mikhailichenko, who is our penultimate skier, and our last skier, Yanis Kosathanos, who's needing to score significantly higher than that to move himself up in the overall rankings to leapfrog Ivan Zaletsov, who is currently in 2nd place right now. So that's the tail of the tape, as it were, as Sebastian Bergsoden of Norway I thought we heard the last of that, but apparently not. So there we go. The Norwegians are celebrating the performance there from Sebastian Bergsoden with a 1 buoy count on 11. All right, then, with a score of 0 at 11.25 meters from the previous round, we get to see our next competitor to take to the water. It'll be Ricky Hansen from Sweden. So in comes the Norwegian flag, out goes the Swedish flag. So 14.25 meters for Ricky Hansen. Looking good for the opening few buoys, and managing to slice and dice his way to get through 14.25 meters. So that is Ricky Hansen. So looking at this, getting across the back of the boat nice and early, and enabling him to put the ski on its inside edge early enough while still maintaining good outward angle. So looking at some ski tech going on there, we've got Ricky Hansen just making sure that all the screws, all the fin settings, and everything that he needs to be working correctly. The matter of fact, that was Sebastian Bergsoden of Sweden getting his ski packed up, but he knows that with 1 buoy at 11.25 meters and is a fairly decent score, and could actually prompt a runoff if there is more than a few skiers are tied with that score by the time that this competition ends in the U17 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. So now down at the dockside end, the west end, we will see Ricky Hansen from Sweden attempt the next pass. He's gone through 14. That is that second pass is 13, so he's going to have a crack at 12 meters and would need the entirety of that pass, plus anything more than 1 buoy beyond that to take the lead after 4 skiers. About a third the way into this adventure here. With Ricardo Botas at the helm of that Nautique 200, we have Ricky Hansen, and this is 12 meters. Looking good for number 2, and additionally number 3, a little bit of a longish pull off number 3 into 4, but managing to keep the ski embedded in the water. And that is our second person to clear through 12 meters to the tune of 6 buoys. Ricky Hansen of Sweden is now within 1 buoy of equaling the lead, and a piece or 2 from taking the lead. on 11.25 meters. All right, so Ricky Hansen, whose personal best is actually 5 on 11.25 meters. Performed that in the weekend just prior to this competition, so he's got some recent form here. Let's see if he can turn that into a lead score. There's one. He's in good position off number 1. He's good to go for number 2. He's even better position into number 3. He's good for go to number 4. He rides up on the back of that ski, and the eventual score ends up being 4 buoys on 11.25 meters, the second best score he's ever produced in his career. 1 buoy shy of his personal best, but he is now 3 buoys ahead of the next best score from Sebastian Bergschotten. 4 buoys in the lead on 11.25 meters. That is Ricky Hansen from Sweden. And 4 buoys on 11.25 meters is actually 1 pass shy of the score from Yannis Konsaftanis of Greece. So within a pass of that is an impressive total. So Ricky Hansen has an outside shot of maybe getting on the podium, depending upon what the other skiers have lined up for their performances. We're over a third the way into this event, so 8 more skiers to come. And now we'll bring on Jose Francisco Simão from Portugal, 14.25 meters. So Jose Francisco Simões from Portugal, getting the job done at 14.25 meters. So let's have a look and see the recent slalom results. His best coming into this was actually in these championships last season, was with 1 on 11.25 meters. So he hasn't had an awful lot of competitive rounds this season. In fact, according to the information that I have, this is his first. As we look inside the judging tower and find Candido Mose and Jose Francisco Simões coming to us from Portugal. Aggressively going through this run there. There was 13 meters. So Jose Francisco getting through 14 and 13. Simply enough. Looking at our drone shot over here as he makes his way off number 5 around buoy number 6. That was actually from 3 into 4, my bad, but a beautifully crafted drone shot nonetheless. As we just hit you with a reminder to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Make sure you do that to get instantly notified as to the next events that will be on the schedule, and also be a part of the live chat for each of those events. Jose Francisco Samos. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep on that run, so he's gone through 14 of 13, and that was 12. So just didn't quite have the start and got really bogged down early on the first few buoys. And whenever you get bogged down that much, then it becomes really difficult to rein it in and to get back into rhythm. Jose Francisco Samos. Getting round number 1 and looked a little bit behind the 8 ball there as he got in a little bit deep there with number 2 and just couldn't really get back into to rhythm. And this is what slalom skiing is all about. It's all about being able to aggressively get from one side of the course to the next, but also do it rhythmically to where it doesn't compromise anything else that you do out there. So Jose Francisco of Portugal. So Portugal conclude with their skier, Jose Francisco Samos, with 3 on 12 meters, currently lying in 4th place after 5 skiers. Next competitor up and representing Czechia, it is going to be Ales Polidor. So Ales Polidor, Jr. Getting ready to go with the first pass, which I believe is going to be 16 meters. Would ordinarily go in on 14, but an injury he sustained prior to these championships makes that endeavor a little bit more of an impossibility for him to handle. So he's going to start it on something a little bit softer. It is going to be the 16-meter line. He still has to work. The injury that he carries is a shoulder pop on his left side, and whilst that heals, he still continues to ski and looked all right. On the opening pass from Czechia, it is Ales Polidor. Ales Polidor is skier number 6, so we're at the halfway mark right now. We have 6 more competitors on our list. We'll have James Cosgrove coming up next, followed by Harley Costa, both from Great Britain. Then Theo Wield from Germany, Alessandro Schonauer of Italy, Mikhailichenko from Ukraine, and Yannis Konsathanos of Greece. Hansen still out in the lead. Ricky Hansen with a 4-buoy count at 11.25 meters. Already shaping up to be one of those classic slalom finals in the youth championships. All right, getting it done. Getting it done. And there is a view of the local reservoir. The local reservoir being the Kostraki Reservoir. As we have a look in the effort here from Ales Polidor. We have a good smattering of folks there from Czechia along the shoreline, getting themselves, making themselves heard, making themselves noisy. So Alice Polidor, 2 passes down, 16 and 14, and now getting ready for the 30-meter line. Here we go. Alice Polidor. Getting a good hook up there on number 1. Started on 16, ran that, came back on 14, ran that. And making life difficult for himself on 13, though. But again, a little bit deep off number 4 and wasn't able to make a play on number 5 enough to continue running that pass. So that currently puts him in 5th place out of 6 skiers. So Alice Polidor again into a bit of a tricky situation. Not so much here on number 3, but number 4, and wasn't able to summon enough strength to resist that pull and continue to run deep enough down that pass to get the 6-buoy count. So he ends up scoring 4 buoys on 13 meters. So now we'll move on to a pair of British skiers. We'll see Harley Costa in a few minutes, but before him will be James Cosgrove. Alice makes its way into the dock. The top scorer still is Ricky Hansen with 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. All right, then switching out the flags with remarkable efficiency between Czechia and Great Britain. James Cosgrove now. The Union flags right there at the main viewing area of for our spectators. Getting ready to go. This is James Cosgrove. recent evening slalom competition. He got 2 buoys on 11.25 meters and would appear to be confident enough in going into the course on 14 to get his effort up and running. That is James Cosgrove. James Cosgrove, who comes to us from Gerrard's Cross, which is very, very, very close to the city of London. Enjoys water skiing, snow skiing, and rugby. He's definitely definitely looks tough enough to be someone who would enjoy that kind of punishment. Skis over at Gosfield Lake, which is just outside Braintree in the northern part of Essex, the county of Essex in England, which itself isn't too far away from London. Started skiing in 2018 and is coached by Ben Turp, who just happens to be at the end of the starting dock because he's also got another skier that he's taking care of, and that is Harley Costa. But for the moment, James Cosgrove, who equaled his personal best in the preliminary round action with 2 on 11.25 meters, sets himself up for 13 meters. Just trying to stay upright here and looking good for 13 meters. Beautiful crystal clear water here at Stratos Lake in Agrinio in Greece. So Stratos Lake fed by 2 sources of water from the Achilleos River and from an upstream reservoir as well, the Kastraki Reservoir. And Agrinio itself was founded some 3,000 years ago by King Agrios at around about the time of 1600 to 1100 BC. Amongst the detail on its emblem, it shows Heracles fighting the river god Achilles, which as you probably figured out, lent its name to the river that flows into this venue. It's the largest city in the region, and it is known agriculturally for its Agrinian olives, a staple agricultural product of the area. This is James Cosgrove. This is 12 meters. That is 4. This is 5. And the clear pass is going the way of James Cosgrove. Yes. But the task is by no means complete. He still continues to ski. It is a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. And if he can get past 4 buoys on 11.25 meters, not only would it be a personal best by at least 2 buoys, it would put him in the lead, and with 5 skiers remaining, his chances would definitely receive quite a significant uptick in regards to maybe, just maybe, making it onto the podium. So Agrinio, like most cities in Greece, has an ancient city attached to it, and the ruins for that ancient city are just 3 kilometers northeast of the town center. Highly recommend that you go. So here we go now. This is James Cosgrove, 11.25 meters. The start is critical here. There's 1. Oh, getting broken over at the waist. But the British crowd on hand celebrating that performance nonetheless. Half a buoy on 11.25 meters. Half a buoy on 11.25 meters. The final score for James Cosgrove in this U17 Boys Slalom Championship final. So the towboat has completed its run towards the dock, and it will now pick up our second British skier in this boys slalom final. It is going to be Harley Costa. All right, here he comes, Harley Costa. Looking good here. Harley Costa opens up with 14.25 meters. Nicely done. Good switch from one side to the other. Among his hobbies are photography and wake surfing. His current residence is over in Camberley, which is in one of the suburbs of the city of Greater London. Currently trains over at Matt Reaney's place, and has been continues to frequent that facility, as well as taking on coaching advice from the likes of Rob Hazelwood, Cole Grant, John Battleday, and of course Ben Turb, who is the manager of the British team for this tournament right here in Negrinho. So here we go now. We have on the water Harley Costa. $30 meters. Looking to allow that ski to turn fully before getting on the gas, and doing just that there with the opening passes of 14 and 13. So amongst his favorite music genres is drum and bass. So he's into the propeller heads or something similar to that. His most recent scores approaching these finals is a 5 at 11.25 meter score that he produced over at Denham in July in a 3-round slalom competition. Got 5 buoys there on 11, which I believe is very, very close to his personal best. His personal best is actually 1.5 at 10.75 meters. At least that's the best score that he produced from the British nationals over at the Ricetto Pro that he competed in recently as well. He got 2 further scores of 1.5 at 10.75 meters. So he's definitely capable of running this pass, the next one, and getting into 10.75 meters. But it's one thing having the capability to do it, it's actually getting it done that is the main thing. So Harley Costa, who scored a 2 at 11.25 meters in the round previous to this, the elimination round. We are here in Agrinio in Greece. Agrinio in the 19th and 20th centuries, it was the country's major tobacco production center, home to prominent companies like Papastratos and Papastratos, the main benefactor of this city. They helped to build a massive urban park, and it was built by the Papastratos family, and probably a good reason why this lake is called Stratos Lake is probably due to their patronage. And this area is the gateway to Lake Troconida. It lies near Greece's largest natural lake, known for its rich biodiversity. In other words, a lot of agriculture stems from this part of the world, and a lot of Greek staple foods are grown here. More than 4 is needed on 11.25 meters. Here comes Harley Costa, getting broken over off number 2, but managing to hold on to everything that he could manage. There's number 5. Oh, and tried to get on the gas a little bit too soon, but there you go. He got round number 4. He got the ski outside number 5. He has the lead now. Harley Costa just marginally close to getting on to 10.75 meters, and for Great Britain, Harley Costa takes the lead away from Ricky Hansen. Held on to this one. He could have really seriously biffed it out the front there off number 2 into number 3, but managing to hold on to everything that he could possibly muster. And that ski just plain flat out hit the line there. So Harley Costa going down at around 4.5. 4.5 at 11.25 meters. So the two British skiers between them have gone into 11.25 meters, and Harley Costa taking the lead with 4.5. 4 more skiers to come. Should that score from Harley Costa remain unchallenged for 2 additional skiers as the lead scorer, then Harley Costa would have a place on the podium. All right then, so looking back at the British contingent as they continue to monitor Harley Costa and then celebrating the new lead score of 4.5 on 11.25 meters. We are coming to you live from Agrinio in Greece. All right, so now we are 4 skiers away. Next skier to take to the water will be Theo Wield from Germany. He's gone through the opening pass. Here he comes in with pass number 2, 30 meters. Nicely performed out there. That is Theo Wield, who, much like Harley Costa, spends time over at Matt Rainey's ski school in Central Florida. So Theo Wield, the younger brother of Tim Wield, who I would almost be inclined to say that he is watching his younger brother from wherever he happens to be. Theo Wild, amongst his best scores, have been halfway down 11.25 meters, 2 on 11.25 meters, 2.5. So he's been performing extremely well on average. At the Botas Pro-Am, he managed to get halfway down the 11.25 meter run. But a little bit earlier on in the season, he managed to get into 10.75 meters and scoring 1.5 for his personal best. 12 meters, the blue loop. Keeping the flow going, keeping some good water speed up there, and I'm sure that Christal Wild, who is on site, is on the phone to his father, and the father is probably watching on very, very intently. Now, there's a bit of latency between the broadcast webcast signal between what is actually going on live and what is eventually hitting your screens at any given moment. It's about a 15-second latency time. We are broadcasting in 4K, giving you the best quality pictures that we can. And it looks like from our officials that that they are reviewing 6-ball here for the 12 meters. He certainly looked good for the first third of the course, and he held on to pretty much everything that he could muster on the 12. So looking at this, switching to the boat cam view, and I think he actually hit it, so that would actually displace the buoy and would not see him continue skiing. As Christal Wild converses, the score is still under review by our officials, and we'll get the decision from those officials in a moment or so. So it looks like the officials are taking another look at this to determine whether Theo Wild has gotten round to buoy number 6 on 12 meters. It is that close, folks. It comes down to inches. He's in the water right now, and another concern going forwards is if he is scored the score of a 6 on 12 meters, then how does his feet feel at this point? Could he be feeling a little bit cramped in his front binding? It certainly doesn't put him in the best of physical conditions going forwards. But that's under the assumption that he got round all 6 on 12 meters, which the judges are reviewing right now. We'll see a reaction here very, very soon. And so the confirmed score is going to be 5 on 12 meters. 5 on 12 meters there for Theo Wild. 5 on 12 meters there for Theo Wild. which means that now the top target score is anything above 4.5 at 11.25 meters will secure that skier's place on the podium. So Theo Wield on 5 buoys on 12 meters as he skis back to the dock. Basically saying my bad and on his way back. Okay, so now moving on to our last 3 competitors. We'll have Mikhail Mikhailchenko, our second to last skier, take to the water very, very soon alongside Yanis Kosophanos. But before those two, we bring on Italy's Alessandro Schonauer. Alessandro Schonauer coming to us out of Italy in the recent PKB slalom competition. He managed to get as far as a 4 on 11.25 meters. Other scores have been a smattering of 3s and 4s and some decent average scores so far as the 2026 season is concerned. Got 6 on, got actually 1.5 on 12 meters in the final of the U17 World Championship, having made it through to the finals, scoring 5 on 12 in the preliminary round. So a skier certainly looking for a lifetime best here, at the very least, to stake a claim towards getting a podium spot in the slalom final here, the U17 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. So naturally, with that score being as close as it was for Theo Wield, naturally concerned about that, and she is probably looking to initiate a review, an official review of that performance, or the score for that performance. So we continue on with this competition here in Agrinio in Greece. The gateway to Lake Trocadero, the largest freshwater lake in Greece, known for its agricultural properties, not the least of which is the Agrinian olives, which are sold worldwide. One of Greece's many agricultural exports. And of course, one of the more recent health trends in recent years has been the the consumption of Greek yogurt. So our leader with 4.5 on 11.25 meters, Harley Costa. We see a quick shot of him, and we're looking at 12 meters for Alessandro Schonauer, running with Alpha 2 and taking a big hit there off number 2 and number 3. Getting a little bit rattled there off 4 into 5, but making a play there. That is 12 meters. That is Alessandro Schonauer. All right, so Alessandro Schonauer. Alessandro Schonauer. Now, also a thing to consider here is that none of our scores so far have been high enough to reset the overall proportions quite yet. We won't know that until at least a couple more skiers to go. Here we go. Now, this is Alessandro Schonauer. This is 11.25 meters. Takes a good hard snap off number 1. Handle high off number 2. Does he? No, he does not get outside buoy number 3. So Alessandro Schonauer with 2 on 11.25 meters. That therefore means that with the lead scorer with 2 competitors to go, Harley Costa has made it onto the podium. So Alessandro Schonauer on 2 on 11.25 meters. That therefore means that that Harley Costa is placed himself on the podium, and for anyone else who harbors a same kind of ambition, they have to score more than 4 on 11.25 meters. That's the second best score, approaching our final 2 for Ricky Hansen. So now this is Mikolauchenko, our penultimate skier, the only one of 2 competitors to get through 11.25 meters in the previous elimination round of skiing. All right, here we go now. This is Mikolauchenko deciding to go in on the green loop. This is 13 meters. In respect to the overall, he doesn't have anything to lose in this regard by going in on 13. What he will do is he'll save up a bunch of energy and get ready for the next line length pass of 12 meters a little bit sooner than most other skiers anticipate for. So Mikolauchenko. Okay, so a big news. An official protest has been lodged by the German delegation in respect to the 5-buoy count on 12 meters produced by Theo Wield. Now their main mode of contention is did he make it round buoy number 6 on 12 meters, and if so, then he would be in a position to continue on should that protest be upheld. Here we go, Mikhailovchenko. There's number 1. This is 12 meters. Slalom halfway down 10.75 meters yesterday and gets all the way through 12 meters today. So far, so good. So Mikhailovchenko, who among his hobbies are tennis, robotics, and snow skiing, known to his friends as Mishka. His main training site, when he can ski there, is Sentosa Water Ski Club. And skied in the IWWF U14 World Water Ski Championships, where he was part of that 1-2 punch in the tricking competition by taking the gold medal in that event. And he's also taken the gold medal in the U17 European Championships just this past day with a score of over 10,000 points, having previously scored over 11,000 points for a new personal best. Lead is still 4.5 on 11.25 meters. A big effort coming up here. If he can get more than 4, then he'll be on the podium. If he can get 4.5, then he'll be on the podium and finish no worse than second. Round 3, good to go. Round number 4. Pummels number 5. He's taken the lead. He is on the podium. One skier remains. That's Yannis Konstantinos, and he will be sweating it a little bit on the dock there as he sees his main opposition, Mikhailovchenko, get through 11.25 meters. And has placed himself on the podium as a result. So, guaranteed at least a second place finish, Mikhailovchenko. Says amongst his favorite music, he says everything. Or maybe I should introduce him to a little bit of death metal and see how he responds to that. So some big time reaction there from the Ukrainian delegation on the main spectator balcony overlooking the lake. So let's have a look and see if he can get a little further down this run. 10.75 meters. He gets the good hook up there of number 1. He's round number 2. Gets round number 3 to the wake. Oh no! And he collapses on his way in to the towards getting round buoy number 3 into the wake. But there you go. That is Mikhailovchenko. Fantastic skiing there, but did he get round buoy number 3? We'll have a look at the instant replay and find out for ourselves. And the biggest cheer coming from his compadre Ivan Zeletsov. So it is confirmed as 2 from our officials, but 2 is definitely way in excess of being enough to make it onto the podium. Inside a buoy number 3, tried to sell us on this, but unfortunately for him, no one was buying. So he got a decent number one there, just got into a bit of a lean lock there and had to kind of stop for a second. Just clouted number three, totally displacing it. Swimming back to the dock and now leaving the way clear for our final competitor to take to the water. Representing Greece, Yannis Konstantinos. Now this performance coming up here has huge implications, not the least of which is the Slalom Championship of Europe in the U17 boys, but also the overall reckoning as well comes into play. And I'll explain that in just a moment. So in terms of overall scoring, as Yannis Konstantinos gets through the opening pass, now in the overall, Mikhailovchenko, almost a dead certainty that he's taken an unassailable lead in the overall competition. Ivan Zaletsov not making, not doing enough in the slalom competition to move himself any closer, but Yannis Konstantinos can actually move from where he is in third place right now to second, provided that he does enough in either the slalom event and the grand standard jump event to take place later on to pull back something upwards of 23 overall points. There is that much of a difference. Let's not also forget that with Harley Costa, he got 2 at 11.25 meters. He is currently in fourth place right now, but he is a little ways further back between third and fourth between Konstantinos and Costa. Yannis Konstantinos getting round number 2 and round number 3, skiing on his home water here in his home nation. And the nation expects. And for now, he delivers. So needing more than 4 on the next pass to vault himself up onto the podium. That fourth place score is current. That current third place score is a Ricky Hansen from Sweden with 4. So the only 2 competitors that we know so far are Harley Costa and Mikhailovchenko. Both of those competitors on the podium at this time. There's still that official protest that it needs to be entertained from the German contingent, who were not happy with the score of 5 on 12 meters given to Theo Wield. So huge pass coming up as we see Mishka Mikhailovchenko. Okay, huge pass coming up, 11.25 meters. There's a good start there. A little bit of a delay, but managing to stay on upright. Round number 2 and 3. Nails number 4. Good approach into number 5. And he gets round number 6 on 11.25 meters in this. The boys U17 Championship of Europe, as we see his father there in the middle of the screen. That is Lefteris Konstantinos, who also just happens to be the president of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. So exuding some confidence out there with 11.25 meters, but now comes the huge task. Does he have anything left in the tank? Enough to empty it out somewhere between number 2 and number 3. So Yannis Konstantinos. All right, so let's have a look. Our very last skier, Yannis Kosophanos. This is for the Championship of Europe. This is for all the marbles, folks. Deep breath. All right, this now is Yannis Kosophanos. This is 10.75 meters. He needs to get at least a decent smooth hook up on number 1 to keep him in the game for number 2. Here he comes. Entrance, round buoy number 1, a little bit down course. Round number 2. Oh no, and he collapses off number 2. On his way to number 3, he went for it. That puts him in second. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Europe with his score of 2 buoys on a 10.75 meters from Ukraine, Mikhailichenko. Wow, it doesn't get more dramatic than that, does it? So Mikhailichenko, your provisional gold medalist. We're still waiting to hear the result of that official protest from the Germans, but so far. But let's have a look at the podium. Mikhailichenko win first. Yannis Kosophanos in second, and in third place from Great Britain, Harley Costa. Don't forget that Yannis Kosophanos and Mikhailichenko and Harley Costa are still in the position of contending for the jump title as well. We'll see that as our last event of the competition. Yannis Kosophanos, because he scored a 4 at 10.75 meters earlier in the competition, will not improve so far as his overall is concerned. So Ivan Zaletsov breathing a huge sigh of relief as well. So the Ukrainians winning the slalom event and maintaining their status as the 1-2 players in the boys' overall competition at the same time, as Yannis Kosophanos hitting the line with the ski. And there is your slalom leaderboard before we go into our next event. Mikhailichenko, your champion of Europe in the boys U17 championship. Yannis Kosophanos in second place, the runner-up. And Harley Costa with 4.5 at 11.25 meters. And from there, the names of Hansen, Schonauer, Bergson, Cosgrove, Vield, Atensam, Jan, Jose Francisco, Poliador, and Zaletsov. So those were your 12 scores as produced in the final. So we've got under 14 girls slalom final coming up next, as Yannis Kosophanos manages to make it into the shoreline. So that was one for the ages, wasn't it, folks? So Yannis Kosophanos, there's Lefteris Kosophanos as well, and pondering what could have been. If he'd have gotten 2, it would have forced the runoff. If he'd gotten more than 2, then the championship would have been his. Sport can be great, but it can also be cruel at the same time. We see our chief judge there, Candido Moz. I think he's in the process of getting the U14 girls slalom final ready, and we still have the result to consider from the official protest lodged by the Germans. We still haven't had that the result of that quite yet. All right. All right then. So my name's Tony Lyford, your announcer for these IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. We've already provisionally crowned a champion in the form of Mikhail Mikhailchenko with his score of 2 at 10.75 meters ahead of Yannis Konstanthanos of Greece and ahead of Harley Costa. All right then, so a little bit of upset there, but that's the nature of sports, I'm afraid. And when we come back, we will go on to the under-14 girls slalom final to take place next.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
We've got a few minutes to go before we go on to our next event, the U14 Girls Slalom Championship of Europe, about to take place very, very soon. There we see a shot there of your presumptive champion of Europe in the under-17 boys competition, Mikhail Mikhailchenko, with 2 at 10.75 meters. Putting him ahead of our favored, of Greece's favorite son, Yannis Konstanthanos, who ends up with 1.5 for his effort out there. And Yannis Konstanthanos, you probably hearing in the background, getting a good consolation reception there as Irene Stavropoulou gets ready to go in the U14 Girls Championship of Europe. Irini Stavropoulos will be our lead-off skier, followed by Beatricia Fiorini of Italy, Yulia Lakaru of France, Yunia Boyka of Belarus, Nina Masarok of Germany, Marie Dix from Austria, Emily Bettman also from Austria, so too is Katrina Wienerreuter, then Elektra Toima of Greece, then Maria Vernikashkaya of Belarus, Ali Hansen of Sweden, and finally Lara Cosgrove of Great Britain. All right, so 49, 18.25 meters for our first skier. We see Franz Oberleitner at the wheel. I'll give you some updates in regards to the boys overall. Not much has changed, but we'll at least want to keep you apprised. Irini Stavropoulos on 18.25 meters at 49k, 52k is max speed in this girls' slalom division. All right then, so yes indeed, getting through the opening pass. Now, so far as the U17 boys overall is concerned, there's still that huge points differential between Mikhailovchenko and Ivan Zaletsov. Neither of them increasing upon their overall totals due to the fact that they hadn't scored anywhere closer to their totals from the elimination round. Yanis Konsafanos didn't do that either, and he still stays in third place overall, but he's still within a striking distance, amazingly, between himself and Ivan Zaletsov, because there is about a 23-point overall differential between Ivan in second, Yanis Konsafanos in third. Harley Costa is in fourth, so he's a little ways back, but still within catchable distance. And we look forward to seeing this afternoon what happens with the jump event in the U17 Boys Championship of Europe. Okay, 52, 18.25 meters. Max speed. Certainly not the shortest line that we'll see. Oh, nice. Like the look of that pass, and receiving a warm reception from our folks from Greece. And warm is probably the appropriate word. The temperature over here right now well into the 30s, and we'll probably be hitting very, very close to 40 degrees as we get to the height of the heat wave today right here in Agrinio in Greece. So glad that you've taken time out of your daily schedule to tune in, no matter where you happen to be. Let's have a look and see. Irini Stavropoulos of Greece on 16 meters. The Greeks have been doing fantastically well on their home water. Yeah, there you go, 16 meters. She continues to impress out there on the slalom course here at Agrinio. right. Continuing on, folks, and for those of you that are pondering the whole aspect of subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel, I suggest you get that done, because we are within 43 new subscribers of breaking over 17,000 total subscribers. We're on 16,957 right now, so we need about 43 more of you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel to get past that threshold number. For us, it would be immensely appreciative if you can get that done for us, as we look at 14.25 minutes for Irene Stavropoulos. A look at her go. She's round number 3. Not able to get outside number 4, but that does equal her best score out of the preliminary round. 3 at 14.25 meters. Looked pretty good up to a certain point. A little bit bounced into number 1, but managing to hold the ski deep enough in the water to allow the thing to turn. And then was pushed into her offside turn quite aggressively there, and unable to continue skiing beyond 3. So 3 at 14.25 meters, exactly the same score that she had coming out of the elimination round. So Patrizia Fiorini, it will be our next competitor coming to you from Italia. So 18.25 meters at 52K. Max speed. Patrizia Fiorini. Nice quick turn towards number 1. Setting her edges nicely. Trying not to ski too close to the buoy. She can go a little bit down course on this pass and still get enough of a residual angle to get around the buoys, but there you go, that is Patrizia Fiorini. Looking good here. And getting that pass to go. So not a bad effort there from Patrizia Fiorini from Italia. Scored 4 in the previous round to make it here. Oh, and going down rather early there around the halfway mark, and unfortunately there for Patrizia Fiorini. Just losing her focus there on that particular pass. That was 16 meters at 52K. Jumping on the back of the ski a little bit there on buoy number 1, and making some minor adjustments in time for number 2, but then she just brought the handle in, tried to get on the gas early, and unfortunately paying the price for that. So it is a 2.5 on 16 meters. 2.5 on 16 meters for Beatrice Fiorini. Next competitor to take to the water, Julia Lacaro. So 49K, 18 point for 16 meters, 16 meter opening pass. 16 meters is the equivalent to 22 feet off the standard 75-foot line, giving her 53 feet to get the ski around all of these turns. So getting into it very, very early on there. That is Julia Lacaro. Here we go. Let's see what we have here for Julia Lacaro, 16 meters at max speed now. Oh, carrying a lot of speed here and being able to still turn that ski, quite an accomplishment there. That is Julia Lacaro coming to us out of France, who scored 4.5 on 14.25 meters to be able to qualify to ski in this final, the Championship of Europe in the U14 girls slalom event. Now, for those of you that are looking intently on the team overall in the U14s, Austria currently in a pretty commanding lead right now. They are on 8,011 points, ahead of the next best score, who is on 4,800 points. 6,848.59. That is Belarus, and in third place is Ukraine on 5,850 points. So that's where how the situation lies right now with the team competition in the U14s. And you'll know within about the next few skiers why Austria has that commanding lead. As we see Julia Lacaro get the job done. Started off on 16.49, then came back at 16.52, and that was 14.25 meters at 52. A reminder once again that the max speed for U14 girls is 52 kilometers an hour, which is 32 miles an hour. So in terms of the girls overall, in the U14 section, Emily Bettman still out in the lead. She has about a 135-point differential between herself and Maria Vernikovskaya of Belarus. Then about 160 points of Maria Vernikovskaya is ahead of Katarina Wienerreuter. Now both Emily Bettman and Katarina Wienerreuter, both of them from Austria. And as we take a look at the action back out on the water, there we see Yulia Lacaru on a 14.25 meters and not making too much ground there with that particular effort. So that, in fact, was actually on 13 meters, I beg your pardon, but coming through the entrance gates and just not able to bleed enough of her speed to make that turn entirely possible. But she is in the lead there with that score of half a buoy. Just dropping the handle there and able to get round half a buoy at 13 meters. Half a buoy on 13 meters there for her as she swims into shore. She is in the lead at this time, ahead of Irene Stavropoulou on 3 on 14.25 meters and 2.5 on 16 meters. For those of you looking ahead on your schedule of events to watch out for, we'll have that for you very, very soon. In the meantime, Yunia Boyka at 16 meters at 52K, Yunia Boyka. All right, around all 6 buoys there for our Belarusian team. That is Yunia Boyka qualifying for this section of the competition with a score of 1.5 on 13 meters. And it's interesting to see how close some of these scores are on the 13 meters, those that qualified through to the next round, in which all of them did. There were 3 scores that all tied at 1.5. There's a score of 2. There's a score of 2.5. And then there's 3, and then 3.5, and then 4. So I mean, in each instance, there seems to be about a half a buoy in between each one. Now, the biggest score that we saw from the U14 girls in the preliminary round was that of Lara Cosgrove, who scored 3 on 12 meters. All right, here we go now. This is Yunia Boyka. Getting it done here, Yunia Boyka. 16 meters on the first pass, 14.25 meters on the return pass, and doing an outstanding job there with that effort. Certainly not easy out there, especially with the heat that is currently on site right now. So we're hearing the towboat is making its way back in towards the course right here, right now. or at least about to. There's Franz Oberleitner behind the wheel. 16 and 14 already cleared. 13 meters coming up next. For Junia Boyka, she's already in second place and continuing to ski. Junia Boyka, let's see what she has in here on this pass. Oh, and tagging the line there with the ski. And that puts her in a two-way tie for the lead with Julia Lacroix. Both of them on half a buoy at 13 meters. So Junia Boyka, who was just a little ways behind in the overall competition between herself in 6th place and 5th place for Nina Masarok, will not be improving her score in the overall on the basis of the score that she just put out there. So no movement there in the girls' U14 overall competition. But so far as the competition for slalom goes, we have a two-way tie for the lead between Junia Boyka and Julia Lacroix. And speaking about Nina Masarok, that's whom we will get to see next. All right there. So as our crowd continues to grow here for this final day of action, day number 5, the finals of the U14 girls continues to carry on. Nina Masarok. Now Nina Masarok, who's currently about 204 overall points away from getting on level terms with Elektra Toima of Greece. And in order to claw back that kind of overall deficit, then she would definitely need to take the lead for starters, and would need to completely ski beyond herself to get more than 3 on 12 meters, because Lara Cosgrove has that score of 3 on 12 meters. She has the 1,000 points in the girls' slalom event, and Nina Masarok has a point score of 807 points in the overall out of the original round of slalom scoring, which gave her a score of 1.5 on 13 meters. So she needs to not only take the lead, but also put out a score of somewhere along the lines of 5 on 12 meters if she's to move up in the overall competition ahead of Elektra Toima. Nina Masarok. Okay, the boat speed is at 52K. The line length is on 16 meters. Nice knee bend. Keeping that ski in check. There's 4, there's 5. And number 6. So looking good there and getting through 60 meters and now getting ready for 14.25 meters. Now she scored 1.5 at 30 meters yesterday. One of 3 skiers to actually match that score. All right. Don't see too much wrong here with this effort there for Nina Massarok of Germany. So Nina Massarok from the dockside end of this course, now approaching the Stratos Lake from the west, the newly constructed Arena Lake here at the Hellenic Water Ski Federation's National Training Site. Again, a little untidy in places, but managing to hold everything tight and be able to ski through that run. 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. Now, the best score that we've seen so far is a 2-way tie for the lead with half a buoy on 13 meters. So looking very, very neat there. That was on 14.25 meters. Now the green loop looms large. 13 meters. Only 3 competitors have gotten to this line length, and each of them has scored half. There's 1. She has the lead. There's 2. She's still there. Nina Massarok. There's 3. Oh, and getting into a little bit of difficulty there as we have some problems there with that, but we'll take a look at the instant replay here and see where things decided to go a little bit sideways on her end. Gotten broken forward off number 1 and skiing straight towards number 2. However, she did have enough width and space to get round number 2 and indeed number 3, getting broken over off number 3 into number 4, getting broken forward off number 4, but getting inside number 5. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count, So it looks like it's going to be a 4 on 13 meters. Okay, so now we move on to our next competitor, and Nina Massarok had just taken the lead with 4 on 13 meters. Now Marie Dukes coming in for Austria. One of 3 Austrian competitors competing here in this final, all getting into a little bit of a a situation here on 16 meters at 52K, and not feeling 100% comfortable out there, but she manages to scramble her way through that opening pass. Now that is Marie Dieks from Austria, who is the last one of our skiers that tied with 1.5 on 13 meters out of the preliminary round of competition. So Marie Dieks there. So in this competition, we're at the point where we have 3 Austrians back to back. An Austrian at the helm. And what the first of those Austrians is Marie Dieks. Looking good here. So looking at this once again, and it is definitely a lot better, a lot more comfortable here for Marie. Allowing the ski to fully rotate round underneath the line before starting to put the pressure back on. Right then, here comes Marie Dieks. This is 13 meters. Taking a big hard snap off number 1. She's round number 2 and gone broken over off number 2 and gets 2 at 13 meters there. 2 at 13 meters, and unfortunately unable to make much ground over what she'd done a little bit earlier on in the competition by scoring 1.5 on 52K 13 meters. It therefore means that Nina Masarok is still out in the lead with 4 on 13 meters and is within about 4 or so skiers from knowing whether that score is good enough to put her on the podium. If we're taking it purely by the basis of the previous round scores, 4.5 would actually be the third best score of the competition, taking the first round and what we've seen out of the second round into account. But it is purely upon the second round score, the championship score, and the finals to determine who makes it towards the top of the podium. All right, so we're looking at Marie Dieks again. taken a hard snap off number one, and she'd been doing this pretty much all set there, trying to get on the gas early and not being in a position in terms of being able to take that amount of angle that early on. So Marie swimming into shore. And now we'll bring on Austrian number 2, Emily Bateman. Emily Bateman, who got the runner-up position in the girls' tricks event yesterday. Is currently in the lead in the girls' overall. This is Emily Bateman. 16 meters, 52K. Oh no, and goes down around buoy number 2, and Emily Bateman. Disastrous set of circumstances there, and will not be in a position to open up a bigger gap in the overall, because she hasn't scored anything that would actually exceed what she'd done in the previous round. So she scores 1. So again, decent traction off buoy number 1, and then she went into the turn for number 2 and actually turned in front of it. So it's going to be 1 at start speed, unfortunately, there for her. So she's not going to be a happy camper as she swims into shore. So still on about 135 points worth of a difference in the overall, but it's still very much catchable here, provided that one of our next skiers, Maria Vernikashkaya, produces a score in excess of 3.5 on 30 meters. So Emily Bateman certainly didn't do her overall chances any favors, although she is still out in the lead, don't forget. Now we go on to Austrian number 3 of 3. Our next competitor is going to be Katarina Wienerreuter. And there is the collective reaction from the Austrians. So Katarina Wienerreuter, our third Austrian. $16 meters at 52K. Looking good on the opening pass. 16 meters at 52K. So all the way to the east end, and she has about 45 seconds of drop time before she has to go back in towards the slalom course. This is Katarina Wienerreuter. The Wienerreuter name is synonymous with tournament water skiing in Austria. So Katarina Wienerreuter. This is 14.25 meters, would realistically need to get into 13 meters and make a tremendous deep run into that pass to pull back on the 181.99 overall points that separates her from Maria Vernikovskaya. So let's not forget that we still have another U14 girls event to take place a little bit later on this afternoon, and that is the jump final for the U14 girls. So Katarina Wienerreuter, the last of our Austrians. Then we'll go into our next competitor from Greece, Elektra Toima, then Maria Vernikovskaya, then Ali Hansen and Lara Cosgrove. Here she comes, Katarina Wienerreuter. This is numbered. Oh, and goes down there. Oh, my word. They are dropping like flies right now. Oh, my word. It looks like it is going to be 1.5 on 13 meters. 1.5 on 13 meters. And still out in the lead is Nina Masarok with 4 on 30 meters. Now, if that score stays the lead for beyond the next two competitors, then Nina Masarok would have a position on the podium among the top 3 medalists. So now, as Katarina Wienerreuter swims into shore, we'll introduce our next competitor from Greece, Elektra Toima from Greece, coming up next. So now there's a huge implications for the next skier, Elektra Toima, who's currently in 4th place overall, and she is just marginally behind Katarina Wienerreuter, definitely within skiable catch-up distance. There's about a little under 8 points separating Elektra Toima and Katarina Wienerreuter. Katarina Wienerreuter can do nothing but watch as we see Elektra Toima of Greece get ready to get into the course and start making some progress. So some reaction there from our Austrian camp. They've been skiing very well up to this point. So just a little under 8 points separates Elektra Toima from a position in the top 3 in the girls' overall competition, but she needs to score more than what she did previously out of the elimination round. To that end, she has to score more than 3 on 13 meters. Now you're beginning to wonder how much of an improvement does she need in her slalom score to affect that closing of the gap. Well, If she can score half a buoy more, it will get it done, because half a buoy is the equivalent of 11 overall points, so she can do it. If she can get the ski outside buoy number 4, and if she can do that, she'll be within half a buoy of taking the lead in the slalom event by itself. So a lot of implications here, a lot of potential between these two competitors. Katarina Wiener-Reuter, who scored a 1.5 on 13 meters. Not able to increase her score or increase her advantage between 3rd and 4th overall. But let's not keep our eyes too far away from the potential prize that could come into play here for Elektra Toima in the slalom event by itself. Here she comes. This is 16 meters. Elektra Toima of Greece. Getting a little bit late into number 4 and almost biffed it off number 5 there. She was a ski tip hairs away from hitting the line, which could have been disastrous there for Elektra Toima. So Elektra Toima, the daughter of the one of the drivers, Doi Toima, I would imagine. All right there, so Elektra Toima getting ready to get back out into the slalom course. I hear the boat is about to make its path towards the course. So there is our support from our good folks from Greece. Here we go. Elektra Toima. This is 14.25 minutes. She needs to get through this pass. She's round number 3. A rough start, but it doesn't have to end rough. It can end off very well there. Breathing a huge sigh of relief there through that pass of 14.25 meters. Not the tightest of 14.25 meter runs that we've seen so far, but now the overall competition change of position is very much in play here. Elektra Toima needs to score more than half a buoy more than what she did yesterday. And what she scored yesterday is 3. So currently in the lead in the girls overall is Emily Beatman, followed closely behind by Maria Vernikovskaya. Also following closely behind her is Katarina Wiener-Reuter in 3rd. But the smallest gap that we've seen all tournament is 8 overall points that separates Katarina Wiener-Reuter and Elektra Toima. So scored 3 in the prelims, which means that she has to exceed that to have any upward progress. Here she comes. Entrance. Round buoy number 1. Takes a good hard snap off number 1. A long pull into number 2. She's getting closer to the promised land. Oh my word, and she goes down at 2.5. 2 1/2 there for Elektra Toima. I don't know if she was aware of what she needed to score in order to move up in the overall, but Elektra Toima may have an additional opportunity later on. She will be our full from last skier to jump So it's not all doom and gloom there, but so far as a slalom is concerned, Electra Toima scores 2.5. 2.5 on the 13-meter line, and that is good enough to put her in runner-up spot right now. Nina Masarok is still our leader. So this was on 13 meters there for Electra Toima. Getting on the back of the ski off number 2 and arrived late in towards number 3 and tried to get on the gas a little bit too soon there. Now, next skier to take to the water is Maria Vernikerskaya. Maria Vernikerskaya getting round number 4, number 5, and number 6. So Maria Vernikerskaya, who yesterday won the tricks event after a lengthy recalculation of the scores that took place during the boys' jump event around about the same time. So Maria Vernikerskaya, already a gold medalist in these championships, and has the opportunity to do the same by virtue of her appearance, and not only in this final, but also in the U14 girls jump final, which will be our penultimate event to conclude these championships later on this afternoon. Electra Toima getting a generous applause there from the folks here among our Greek crowd. Maria Vernikerskaya, this is 14.25 meters. She qualified for this round of slalom by scoring 3.5 on 13 meters and getting through the opening 2 passes of so Nina Masarok we're looking at on the shore. It's highly appreciative that we highly appreciate our skiers for keeping their bibs on long enough so we can actually formally identify them. But so far as Maria Vernikerskaya is concerned, she still is continuing to ski. And if she scores more than 4 on 30 meters, which is the current top score courtesy of Nina Masarok, then she will have a podium position secured in this second event final out of 3 for her. So the lead is 4. Now let's see what she has. This is Maria Vernikerskaya. This is 13 meters. If she can get outside 5, which she's going to do, she's going to take the lead. She's on the podium and she continues to ski. Maria Vernikerskaya. So Nina Masarok is still on the shoreline, waited to see if her score of 4 on 13 would eventually put her on the podium, but her score is has been superseded by Maria Vernikovskaya. Now, here's the rub as well. By getting through 13 meters, she puts about 2.5 more buoys onto her total, and that means she closes the gap between herself and Emily Bettman in the girls' overall competition. How much of that gap does Maria claw back? We won't know until a few more minutes after this performance from Maria Vernikovskaya. All I can tell you is that the gap will be reduced. It's got to keep on pushing to clear some more of that overall title gap. Here she comes. Entrance round buoy number 1. This is 12 meters. Round buoy number 2. She's still continuing to fight. Round number 3. Oh, she biffs it around buoy number 3, but it's going to be 2.5. She's on the podium. She has the lead, and with 2 skiers remaining, would finish no worse than 3rd. So just looking at this again from our opposite shore side angle. Dips the handle in the water and down she goes. That is Maria Vernikovskaya. So Nina Masarok still continuing to wait to see if her score of 4 is enough on 13, but we definitely know that 2.5 on 12 has done Maria Vernikovskaya a number of favors, not the least of which it puts her on the podium and in the lead with 2 skiers remaining, but also claws the gap between herself and Emily Bettman of Austria in the girls' overall competition. 18.25 meters for Ellie Hansen. All right then, nicely done. All right then, so we continue on. We've got an update so far as the overall total is concerned. In the U14 girls overall title race, it has become a bit of a 2-horse race, but bear with me, folks, because the point scoring differential now between Emily Bettman and Vernikovskaya, it has now been reduced down to a little over 15 overall points. Which should be doable so far as Maria Vernikovskaya is concerned in the jump event. Now, if she improves upon a distance of 24.1 meters in the final, then that should claw enough of the gap to maybe overhaul Emily Bettman. Skier on the water. This is Ali Hansen. That's 16 meters. That is 52K. So now, we have got on the water at this time, we've got Ali Hansen, a slalom specialist, so not making an impact upon the overall competition by way of her scoring. She's all the way down in 10th, so she will not make an impact upon the first few positions in the under 14 girls slalom in the overall competition. It's getting pretty hot here, not only with the sun and the weather, but also so far as the skiing competition. Here we go, Ali Hansen. This is 14.25 meters. She got as far as 4 on 13 meters yesterday, and is still slicing and dicing away through this pass. Getting ready for 13 meters next. So Ali Hansen. Looked a little bit nervy out there on 14.25 meters. She knows exactly what she needs to get done, and is able to get the edges round and the turn completed by the time that she gets level up to buoy line. So now it is going to be the next pass of 13 meters. She needs to run this and more than halfway down course to take the lead away from Maria Vernikashkaya. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can she continue to fight her way through this run? Keep going. Keep going. Ali Hansen gets round buoy number 6, and she will challenge the lead on 12 meters. The Swedes are in rapture right now. So now, Ali Hansen, who may not have a score that would challenge the overall positions, at least not in the top 5 at least, but if she can get a score of more than 4, actually more than 3 on 12 meters, she would be in a position to completely reset the overall scores, because she would therefore have the 1,000 points for having the top score in the slalom event for an overall skier. In any potential event, the overall skiers are awarded 1,000 points if they have the best score of the competition, one that qualifies for the overall. So here we go. Now, this is Ali Hansen. Oh, and it is inside buoy number 1, but there you go. 0 on 12 meters. That means that she would finish no worse than 3rd. So it looks like it's going to be counted as 1 at 12 meters. 1 at 12 meters there for Ali Hansen. It puts her on the podium. It therefore means that Maria Vernikashkaya has a score of 2.5 on 12 meters that is good enough to finish no worse than 2nd. So now we're coming down to our final competitor. That competitor is going to be Lara Cosgrove from Great Britain. So Lara Cosgrove is getting ready to go next as we transport Ellie Hansen back to the dock with one buoy on 12 meters. All right there, so skier number 80 is ready to go. Lara Cosgrove of Great Britain, who scored 3 on 12 meters out of the elimination round to make it to this section of the competition. Lara Cosgrove. There are the Union flags out there waving for their skier about to come into the course. Now, as a result of yesterday's slaloming competition, only one person was able to get into 12 meters, and that was Lara Cosgrove. Now there are potentially 3 competitors that have gone into 12 meters. Lara Cosgrove from the previous round, naturally, but 2 more skiers have been added to that number: Maria Vernikovskaya and Ellie Hansen. So now the challenge is on for Lara Cosgrove of Great Britain. There's 4, there's 5, and number 6 there, so opens up nicely. So 18.25 meter opening pass there for Lara Cosgrove. Still on the shoreline, waited to see if her score of 4 on 13 meters is enough for a podium spot. Is going to be Nina Masarok. Now, so far as overall is concerned, well, for Lara Cosgrove, there's a great amount of potential there, because she can improve as high as 6th place right now, and Lara Cosgrove is currently in 8th spot overall. If she can get into 12 meters, far enough down to exceed a 3, and then continue to ski, she can only move up higher in the overall competition. Okay, 16 meters coming back. This is Lara Cosgrove coming to us out of Gerrards Green. Skis over at Gosfield Lake in the county of Essex. And nicely done there. That is Lara Cosgrove. So 2 passes down, 18 and 16, and now getting ready for 14.25 meters. So as we get ready to bring in Lara Cosgrove in, let me tell you, in the overall, Emily Bettman still in the lead with one event to go with 27:55.19. That is about a little under 15 points ahead of Maria Vernikerskaya from Belarus. Katrina Wienerreuter is a little over 10 points behind in third. Electra Toimer is 8 points behind in fourth. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife. Here we go. This now is Lara Cosgrove. This now is 14.25 meters. Yes. Off number 5. Beautifully executed run there. So now Lara Cosgrove is getting ready for 13 meters, a pass that she needs to get more than 2/3 the way down to vault herself onto the podium. But she's not interested in just making it on the podium. She wants to climb up high enough to be celebrated as the champion of Europe in the U14 girls slalom category. All right, here we go. Vernikerskaya still out in the lead with 2.5 on 12 meters ahead of Ali Hansen with 1 on 12. Nina Masarok, there she is at 4 on 13 meters for third. Let's see what Lara Cosgrove can do by way of a challenge. There's number 1. This is 13 meters. Round number 2. Keeping the flow going off number 3. Good to go for number 4. She's on the podium now by way of getting the turn off on number 5. And she is on the podium. That is Lara Cosgrove. Now let's revisit the overall. She's currently in 8th place overall. If she can get more than 3... If she can get more than 3 on the next pass, then she can start climbing up. But she is looking for the win as well. If she can get more than 2.5, she will take the victory. If she can get more than 3, she would improve up her fortunes in the overall competition as high as 6th place from where she is right now, which is currently in 8th. So a lot of permutations in play. Mission 1, get on the podium, is accomplished. Mission 2, take the win in slalom, can be done with anything more than 2.5. All right then, folks, here we go for the European title for the U14 Girls Slalom Championship of Europe. This now is Lara Cosgrove. Entrance, round buoy number 1, takes it relatively steady. She's round number 2. Can she make it round buoy number 3? She skis, and there you go. She celebrates the victory. Lara Cosgrove, your champion of Europe in the U14 girls title race. Let's have a look at the podium. Lara Cosgrove ahead of Maria Vernikerskaya, ahead of Ali Hansen. She gets 3, exactly the same score that she used to progress out of the elimination round. So Lara Cosgrove will be making her way to the dock, but she'll pass by her support from the British. There you go, Lara Cosgrove. Fantastic skiing there under immense duress and pressure. So through the entrance gates, round buoy number 1, getting a little stretch coming in, but managing to just get the ski wide enough round buoy number 2. And then it was just a simple case of S-turning number 3 to ski for the wakes and take the win. Lara Cosgrove, your champion of Europe. All right, so far as the overall is concerned, it does nothing to help her cause in terms of making it go higher from 8 through to 6, but who cares at this point? She's won the gold medal in the girls under 14 slalom. Let the celebration start. All right, and we'll have a look at the reaction as well from our British support. And there it is. There we go. Ben Turp, the manager for Team GBR, celebrates along with Lara Cosgrove, who takes the win with 3 on 12 meters ahead of Maria Verniker-Sky with 2.5, and Ali Hansen in 3rd place with 1 on 12 meters. Nina Masarok, commiserations to her, finishing on the outside looking in with 4 on 13. Then it is Toima, Dukes, Vina Reuter, Boyka, Lackaroo, Stavropoulos, Furini, and Emily. So Lara Cosgrove being thrown back in the water there from James Cosgrove. So that concludes that event. We are a third the way down the list of events. We've got U14 boys tricking final to take place very, 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 very soon. And as if once was enough. Boom. Rugby tackled into the water there. All right then. Okay, under 14 boys tricking final will come up next. This is the continuing coverage of the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, and when we come back, it'll be under 14 boys tricking final next.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right then. So welcome back to continuing coverage of this competition, the Europe and Africa Youth Championships, with there's our schedule. The boys tricking final will be underway in a few moments, but there is your Championship of Europe for the U14 girls. Lara Cosgrove, your gold medalist, ahead of Maria Vernikashkaya, who is in second place, and Ellie Hansen in third. Okay, here's the start list. Mathis Torrens will be followed by Paul Schnogel, then Harry Hanatenko, then Leon Gut, Mark Senko, Mikolau Hanatenko, Kleb Schmolich, Yakov Sokolev, Nikolaus Anatopoulos, Buddy Carrington, Ivan Kukaranak, and Franz Josef Stockinger. All right then, folks, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have you all present and accounted for this European Youth Championship. So glad to have you on board as we continue to rock and roll through each of these categories. We've already crowned 2 European champions in the form of Mikolau Mikolauchenko in the U17 boys slalom final. And we've just crowned a European champion in the U14 girls slalom in the form of Lara Cosgrove. Now, our next event will create a new European champion in the U14 boys tricking final. All right, our first skier is out on the water. This is Mathis Torrens. Each skier gets 2 20-second passes to perform tricks. Each move has a predetermined point value, and the one with the best trick score after 2 20-second runs is declared your winner. We have judges looking over these tricks to see if they're performed accurately within the specifications of each one. Oh, and taking a fall right from the get-go. Unfortunately there, our first skier in the finals, U14 Boys Tricking Championship of Europe, and Mathis Torrens of Switzerland taking a rather unusual fall. A rather early one, I would have to say. From Switzerland, Mathis Torrens. I'm sure that Matt Vince is being consoled in we're listening on this. Inside the towboat is a different length rope with a different handle, and there's also an alternate trick ski as well. Now in this kind of environment, this kind of tournament environment, Each skier has a whole raft of choices one can make to produce the best individual bespoke experience for each one. Length of line is optional. So too is the handle that the person uses to attach to be held on by hands for starters, and toe tricks for another. Boat speed is variable as well. Boat weight is variable as well. You can set that boat up to be a certain weight addition at the back to a certain limitation. This is Mathis Torrens. Wake back to back, and the reverse surface back to back, surface 5 front. Oh, and drop in the handle there. So I'm sure there was plenty of frustration there as a result of that early fall on pass number 1, but certainly it carried on a little bit further than he would have wanted. And but he does get a score beyond 0, which he scored on pass number 1 through falling on his very first trick. All right then, so we're getting ready for our next skier, who is going to be Paul Schnogel. We'll get a point score for Mathis Torrens coming through very soon. As we continue to go through this event, I'll make mention about the overall in the particular category that is associated with it. Franz Josef Stogginger is currently in the lead in the overall by a good, healthy margin, ahead of Mikolau Hanatenko and Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Paul Schnogel just doing a few toe tricks before he actually gets into the tricking zone. Paul Schnogel. Setting himself up for the toe wake back to back. Toe wake front, toe wake back, toe front. And nicely done. I like to see that. There you go. That is Paul Schnogel. So keeping that toe foot close to the standing leg. And keeping that toe foot there, allowing him perfect stability between each move, including that reverse toe wake back as well, which is a little bit of a developmental trick. It's not a trick that skiers will use forever between now and the end of time, but it's used as a way of bridging the gap between actually doing the toe wake back to back and its reverse. Now the reverse is landed in that reverse toe turn. So once a skier gets confident enough to be able to try the reverse toe wake back to back, at least the spin to the rear in the reverse is nailed down enough to where it can actually be performed safely and accurately. $870 points for Mathis Torrens, 870 points, which is a significant points difference out away from the points that he used to get into this final, which was 2,820. Here comes Paul Schnagel. And now bumping up the speed to do the backflip. There you go. There's one. There's two. Here he comes. Flit twist back to front. 550. Flit twist to the back. 750, but falling on that trick. And yeah, getting it done. Now, the regular versions of those backflips are 500 points apiece. The flip twist going from back to front is 550. So on those 3 successful flips alone, he'll have totted up somewhere close to 1,550 points, which is a huge bunch of set of tricks to add to the point scoring as it continued on. So starting off with a high tempo wake trick and then continuing on, getting launched in the air on that flip and that one as well, 500 points apiece. Then positions up there for the flip twist back to front, and then tried the flip twist to the back, which is invariably more difficult. Hence the difference in points. So there you go. That is a great effort there for Paul Schnagel, as we now get set for Harry Hanatenko. We await the point score for Paul Schnagel. In the meantime, we've got Harry Hanatenko. Here he comes. It's going to be something along the lines of either a toe or a toe 5 back. Just waiting for his time, just waiting for the right moment to go. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe wrap in, toe out. Does he go for the toe wrap in again? Yes, he's nailed those tricks there. That's the toe wake O. Toe wake back, toe front, toe side. Doesn't go with the reverse. His internal chronometer is ringing in his head, suggesting that 20 seconds has been completed. So there we go. That is Harry Hanatenko from Ukraine. Now his performance is going to be significant depending upon if he goes higher, because so far as the U17 boys are concerned, they are a little bit back in terms of overall team competition positioning. There's about 1,000 points difference between themselves in Ukraine. Ukraine in third for Harry Hanatenko, and Belarus, who is 1,000 points ahead. And then you look up even higher and see that Austria have basically locked down the U14 team overall competition by being so far ahead, it's not even funny. So just waiting on the score there for Paul Schnogel, but in the meantime we got Harry Hanatenko. Wake line O, line back, line front, foot in the back binding. Wake back to back. Wake back to back reverse. Wake back. Wake 5 front there, 310 points for that maneuver. He goes there for the wake line back and wake line front. And nailing both runs there. Fantastic effort there from our youngster from Ukraine. That is Harry Hanatenko. So Harry pulling out all of the stops there with that 20-second run. Just looking in really, really good shape there and just keeping everything well under control here. So Harry Hanatenko feeling it out there, working it. And just another reminder to you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. We're almost at 17,000 right now of collective subscribers. So let's see if we can try and get a few more of those subscribers situated. We need another 42 of you to click on that button and hit that bell icon to get us over 17K. As we now bring on our next competitor, it'll be Leon Gut from Switzerland. Leon Gut. Wake back to back and it's reverse. Wake 5 front. Back, wake 5, wake O. Oh, and just not getting the lift there. Just not getting all the way through the top of the wake before throwing the flip. And just a little annoyed with himself there. That is Leon Gut from Switzerland. We're about a third the way through this list of boys, U14 boys tricking. All right, so that is Leon Gut going down on that first flip. He had several more of those that he could have done, but without. So Paul Schnogel 43.50, 43.50. Now, as far as I remember, he is one of those overall contenders. And Paul Schnogel might actually have leapfrogged over 4th place overall and have gotten to 3rd place. We'll double check and see if they've updated the overall scoring. So Paul Schnogel there with 43.50, which is way better than what he did in the previous round of 28.90. And with that kind of point differential, it would mean that the overall competition may have blown itself wide open with the top 3 competitors. Paul Schnogel, at least in the last update, he had a little under 2,100 points, and the skiers above him are on 21.31 and 21.43. So a lot of movement could be had here. Oh, and look at this. Leon Gut and getting stalled on that tow-away code, but had a fair amount of tricks preceding it. So all is not lost there for Leon Gut. We're waiting for Harry Hanatenko's score to come through, and I imagine this is probably going to be bigger in terms of total. All right. Oh, big news so far as the boys overall is concerned in the U14 boys. Paul Schnogel, who was in 6th place overall just a few minutes ago, has now vaulted himself up to 2nd. Still a long ways. Yes. From 6th place through to 2nd for Paul Schnogel of Austria. Still a little ways behind Franz Josef Stockinger, who may have wrapped up the overall, but there is still a lot of play on the podium for the remaining spots. And with Paul Schnogel leapfrogging a whole bunch of skiers to get into 2nd, means that Harry Hanatenko has been dropped from 2nd to 3rd overall. And Harry Hanatenko, we just saw a trick not too long ago. And that further drops Nikolaos Anatopoulos, who was in 3rd but is now in 4th. But he is yet to ski. So a lot of movement in the overall competition. So the skier on the water is Mark Senko. All right there, so Mark Senko from Belarus as we approach the halfway mark. Oh, and almost dropping the handle there, but looking good there for the 5 front reverse. Oh, and not getting all the way through and cresting over the wake there to get the height necessary to make that flip a reality. So that is Mark Senko from Belarus, part of that team. So once again, let me reiterate, so far as the overall is concerned, Franz Josef Stockinger on 2,907 points is currently in the lead in the overall. On 23.75 is Paul Schnogel, who is leapt from 6th to 2nd. Harry Hanatenko, Mikhail Hanatenko, I should say, who is next on the water, is just a few clicks further back to the tune of about 125 overall points. He is currently in third. He was in second. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos, who is on 2143 points and is currently in fourth place by about 115 overall points. Now, those point differentials from the last few sound like insurmountable gaps, but tricks is where you can make it up the most. All right, here we go. This now is Mark Senko. Toe 5. Oh, and losing his balance there. His arms were going all over the show and he was unable to compensate. So Mark Senko, he's done, unfortunately, so far as his tricking is concerned. And tricks is the last of our boys U14's 14 events. We have three more other events to go. We got the U17 girls tricks final, U14 girls jump final, and the U17 boys jump final. So Paul Schnoggle still out in the lead in the tricks event. Let me bring you up to speed so far as the scores are concerned. We will try and keep you updated with them as much as we can. We still only have two bona fide scores published thus far. Paul Schnoggle with 43.50. He tricked 28.90 yesterday, which is why there was that big turnaround in points differentiation in overall from 6th to 2nd. Then Mathis Torrens, 870 points, still waiting on scores from Harry Hanatenko, Leon Gut, and Mark Senko as we get ready for Mikolau Hanatenko. Now, Mikolau Hanatenko, he tricked 3,800 points to make it into this final round. Look at him go. Toe wake line back. Reverse spin there, back to back. Oh, look at that. He tries the toe wake line back to back, where the ski passes over the line in mid-rotation and doesn't quite get it all the way round before the rope needed to be released. That's another aspect to skiing the tricks event. All about safety, folks. The toe strap unable to come off the foot should the need arise, which is why we have a release mechanism in the towboat that lets the rope go from through the back of the boat if the skier is in a situation where that's needed. All right, here we go. Skier on the water at this time is Mikolau Hanatenko. Mikolau Hanatenko getting through as much as he could past number one. This is Mikolau Hanatenko, who's currently in second place overall. Actually in third place, I beg your pardon, because of that upward shift for Paul Schnogel. Backflip, it's reverse and going down on the reverse. Now, how much of an impact will that have upon his scoring? If it still results in a score of over 3,800 points, then it will still mean that he increases his points total in overall. But the main aim of the game is to actually win the event, and needing a score of more than 43.50 in order to do that. So Harry Hanatenko, 35.60, which is another increase. So here we go now. This is Yakov Sokolov from Ukraine performing a wakeline 5 front to get his so Gleb Smolic is actually the person on the water identifying as bib number 30. There you go, wakeline back-to-back reverse, a couple of side slides without having the back foot in. So when pushing another score out, it is a Leon Good with 29.20, 29.20, so a reduction in the points compared to the previous round. But Harry Hanatenko, who had an absolute nightmare of a jump performance and is all the way down in 17th overall for Harry Hanatenko, so no significantly important upward improvement there coming his way. It would appear that for Harry Hanatenko, his hope for success in this event is down to the tricks, as we see Gleb Smolic, who is a skier number 7 down the list and number 30 on his bib. So Gleb Smolic, second and final 20-second pass as Yakov Sokolov gets ready on the dock. Gleb Smolic back and front, reverse back, reverse front, toe wake back, toe wake front for Chleb Smolich. Toe back-to-backs on the surface. Toho into wrap there. Oh, he tried to grab onto that line and continue skiing. But Chleb Smolich certainly having the championships to remember. Managing to make an appearance in most of the three finals. And certainly helping out team of Belarus no end. As we now get ready for Yakov Sokolov from Ukraine. So Paul Schnogel still continuing to lead with 43.50. Harry Hanatenko with 35.60. Leon Gut with 29.20. And Mathis Torrens of Switzerland with 870. Okay, so Mark Senko with 23.40, 2,340 for Mark Senko. Yakov Sokolov. Wake line O. There's the line back and line front and wake line front. Wake back to back. Making sure that he has plenty of clearance off the wake there for these wake tricks. Wake 5 front. Surface O. And there you go, some good tricks there, well sequenced, well thought out. So there we go, that is Yakov Sokolov. Okay, 4,010 there for Mikhail Hanatenko. And that is actually 210 points more than what he did in the previous round. So you know what happens next. Let's go back to the overall. So with that 4,010 point score from Mikhail Hanatenko, we're going to see if we can update the overall situations as it stands right now, and we'll try and get the update as soon as we can get a quick refresh on these scores. All right then, so let's continue on. Mikhail Hanatenko's score has seen an upturn. But we'll give you details of that in just a moment. Yakov Sokolov now. Toe Waco is the Ukrainian toe wake back-to-back. Oh, nice. Nicely worked out. Nicely executed. Some great skiing there from Yakov Sokolov. Okay, we've got Yakov Sokolov there with the toe 5 front, and certainly being short and being quite skilled certainly gives you an advantage in the tricks event. There's the toe into wrap, then spun that one out there, and then he would wrap straight back in afterwards. Toe Waco very quickly performed there and went into the toe wake back-to-back, getting plenty of height there. All right, so update in the overall. Top 2 remains unchanged between Franz Josef Stogginger and Paul Schnogel, but Mikhail Hanatenko is now pulled to within 77 overall points of second. He's currently lying in third right now, Mikhail Hanatenko. And our Greek skier is about 45 or so overall points away from third. Nikolaos Anatopoulos currently in fourth. And guess who is coming into the course around about now? Yes, it is Nikolaos Anatopoulos from Greece. So a lot at stake, a lot at play here. Now, if he can score more than 41.70, he will claw the gap between himself and the next highest skier, who is Mikhail Hanatenko. Wake 5 front, wake 5 front reverse, Waco. Upwards increasing boat speed. So look at this. This is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Yes, and gets the job done. That is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. So 41.00 for Khib Smolich. 41.00, yet another improvement to the tune of about 120 points in real terms so far as tricking is concerned. Tricked 38.90. Tricked 38.90 in the previous round, has tricked 4,100 now. So there is a bit of a change in terms of points. Khib Smolich is now on 2084 overall points. And that is about 50 or so overall points short of fifth, which is currently held by Frederick Volnar. So we're working our way towards completing towards completing our first set of overall results confirmed. So skier on the water right now is Anatopoulos, Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front, toe side, reverse, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Toe into wrap there. Toe wake-o, toe wake back, all right. Getting most of what he needed to get done. So Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 41.70 points coming into this event now. He is about 150 or so points behind Mikhail Hanatenko in the overall championship race. This is going to be huge because it will be the last significant change that we'll see in the boys U14 overall competition, because the one person that could potentially, because there's only one contender in the top 5 in the overall, that is Franz Josef Stockinger, and basically the title is his to lose, and it's not going to, because there's no other challengers beyond this point to even come close to his 2,907 overall points. So now, having seen Nikolaos Anatopoulos, whomever takes the lead beyond these last 3 trickers, whoever takes the lead is guaranteed a spot on the podium. We've just had the latest score from Hleb Smolic, and we're working on getting scores in for Yakov Sokolov and Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Skier on the water from Great Britain with bib number 71. This is Buddy Carrington. His first trick is either going to be a wake-o or a wake 5 back. It is the latter. Ski line back to the front. Positional. Wake back to back. Here he comes with the back flips. Nicely done there. Beautifully hiked up. There's the second. Flip twist to the back. Oh, and going too high, too hard. That is the flip twist towards the back. You're landing backwards. Your back is to the boat. It's a harder flip to get through. And Buddy Carrington might just have put himself out of contention for the top 3. Still out in the lead is Paul Schnogel, incredibly, with 43.50. So Buddy Carrington has been plucked up out of the water and has been transported down towards the east end of the lake. Justifiably annoyed with himself on the strength of that effort. But he's got one more pass to come now. There is one option that he can invoke if he decides to do so, and that is to repeat pass number 1. Repeat the program that you had, and do it again in the hopes of maybe getting some more points with a pass that is most assuredly has a better chance of actually scoring more points. Okay, folks. Buddy Carrington, our third from last skier, to complete the boys U14 championship. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe slide, toe into wrap. Oh, and tries to grab onto the line and unfortunately unable to do so. So Buddy Carrington will swim in, but he'll be no less appreciated by the good crowd of folks that have traveled a long way to be here from Great Britain. So we're just waiting on some scores to come through while we wait for Buddy Carrington to make his way back to the shore. Paul Schnogel still in the lead, still waiting on scores for Yakov Sokolov, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, and indeed Buddy Carrington. All right, so as we look down around about the adjacent dock area, we've still got some more tricking to come in the U17. The girls tricking final. Stick around for that once we get done with the U14 boys trick final. All right, now this is Ivan Kukaranak from Italy. Ivan Kukaranak. There's Waco. Wake back-to-backs, just waiting on the line to steady itself. Surface O, surface O. Some side slides, nicely done. Well performed there for Ivan Kukaranak. Okay, so we've gotten a couple of scores coming through. 33.90 for Yakov Sokolov. And just a little ways over 4,400 points for a recent Greek skier who is Nikolaos Anatopoulos, 44.70. Now that is an increase, a significant increase from what he did before, so we will see what that changes in the overall competition. So Nikolaos Anatopoulos is about 160 points adrift in overall in fourth place. Compare that to Mikhail Hanatenko. All right there. So this right now is Ivan Kukuranak chasing the title down, or at the very least getting in the top three. Needing to score more than 44.70 to get on the podium at the very least. Would still have two more scores to go. Here's and one other from Franz Josef Stockinger. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe in, toe Waco. Ivan Kukuranak. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe side, and yes! Look at him go. Yes, bravo indeed. Just looking at this this run here for Ivan Kukuranak, toe 7 front to get things up and running, and then he goes in for the toe 5 back, toe 5, toe back to back, toe back to back reverse, toe 5 front, toe in, toe out, not losing an inch of balance with each of these. Toe wake back, and a toe front, a toe slide, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back. Not the reverse though. He does the toe sides, which are 260 points combined, being 330 apiece for each of those. So now we're just waiting on the score from Buddy Carrington and Ivan Kukuranak. And then we will bring on our next competitor, the presumptive U14 champion of Europe in the overall competition. This is going to be Franz Josef Stockinger. Okay, so 38.20 for Buddy Carrington. So no change in points there between the preliminary and the final there for Buddy Carrington, and he's on the outside looking in so far as his point score is concerned in respect to the podium. Oh, almost losing his balance out the back there. Continuing on, this is Franz Josef Stockinger. Toe wake back, toe front. Yeah, getting it done. Looking in very, very good shape there throughout the entirety of that run there. Started off slow and just wanted to make sure that he got everything in. So as we look here at Franz Josef Stogginger going through his toe pass, let me remind you of where we are so far as the boys U14 overall is concerned. Franz Josef Stogginger, the presumptive champion, there's no way he can be caught, not the least of which by Paul Schnogel, who's in second place right now. And himself, he cannot be caught by Mikolau Hanatenko. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos currently in fourth. He's about 150 points, 50 points adrift in that regard. So now this is Franz Josef Stogginger. Getting set up, changing skis, changing lines, changing handles, changing the boat speed, changing the amount of ballast, which you can do in an instant using the water ballast system on that towboat. The one thing that stays consistent with Franz Josef Stogginger is the passenger in the boat. That is Tanguy Benet, who's a resident coach here at Agrigno. $46.20 there for Ivan Kukranak. $46.20. He is on the podium. So too is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. So here we go. Franz Josef Stogginger, who needs a score of more than 4,100 points in order to get on the podium, but needs a little bit more than that. Here he comes. This is Franz Josef Stogginger. There's the move back-to-back. Nicely done. Not a particularly quick run by any stretch of the imagination, but he makes it work. Just making sure that he gets that 800-point backflip with the starting backwards, ending backwards. It's called the Mobe. So Paul Schnogel is waiting to see if his point score of a 43.50 is enough to stay on the podium. He's been in the lead for a while, and that point score has helped him get into the top three in the overall competition from where he was starting earlier in sixth. He's now in second. That's Paul Schnogel. But Franz Josef Stogginger, he was in the lead in the overall after two events. He led the overall after three events out of the elimination round, and he's been on top of the ladder from start, from the jump, all the way through to the end. Franz Josef Stogginger. But is the point score that's going to be coming down the pipe for him going to be enough? While we wait for that, we'll have the U17 girls trick-in final to take place in just a few minutes. So on the screen now, we're seeing if Ivan Kukranak has a score that is enough. Yep. That's what it means to them. So Ivan Kukranak still out in the lead with 46.20. But is it going to be enough for the win? Franz Josef Stogginger is just tricked. So the two people that we know that are on the podium is Ivan Kukranek with 46.20 and Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 44.70. And of course, there is that 30-minute review period that takes place after the trick sheets have been handed out to the skiers and the coaches are concerned, to see if there is any discrepancies that might have occurred with the scoring, and it's happened more than once here. So still waiting on the score. It is being in the process of being judged right now. And there you see Franz Josef Stockinger, who will have a double celebration if this turns out to be a score that is above 46.20. I mean, he should be celebrating right now anyway because he's won overall by a country mile. All right, so there is Franz Josef, and he's going to be pictured with his teammates, and so far as the team is concerned, the only event that can that can be done that could potentially change the overall under 14 teams is the U14 girls jump event, and their top two jumpers will be right at the very end to defend against any potentially damaging changes from the other teams, such as Belarus and Ukraine, who are in second and third respectively. But I think honestly, the U14 team competition is done and dusted. It is a done deal. So we're just waiting on the passes to be scored. Ivan Kukranek from Italy. He's on the podium. He can finish no worse than second. Nikolaos Anatopoulos from Greece is in second, will finish no worse than third. Paul Schnogel of Austria is waiting in the wings to see if that point score from Franz Josef Stockinger is good enough to seal the deal so far as the trick-in title is concerned. All right, waiting patiently now. So for you good folks out there that are just joining us, you are you're watching for potential reaction there from Franz Josef Stogginger in regards to him maybe doing enough to trick to the under 14 boys trick in the final. He's won the overall. There's no two ways about that. I mean, even if he hadn't have gotten out onto the water in this final round, he would have still won the overall competition. And but today was all about him. They're all huddled around the phone. So Ivan Kukranak. Now, whilst all this is going on, it looks like there are going to be some simulation passes made for the next event. All right, then, 54-30. 54-30 makes Franz Josef Stogginger the European champion. 54-30 for Franz Josef Stogginger. Makes him the European tricks champion. Relegating Ivan Kukranak into silver medal spot and Nikolaos Anatopoulos in third with a 44-70. So your champion, Franz Josef Stogginger, in the tricks event with 54-30. There is your podium right there, 54-30 for Franz Josef Stogginger, Ivan Kukranak in second, and Anatopoulos in third. So well done to him. And 54-30 is actually an improvement from yesterday, so he actually creates a little bit more of a buffer like he needed it in the boys' U14 overall competition is concerned. But what it does, in terms of team overall, it widens the gap between themselves and Belarus and Ukraine. As we round off the U14 boys competition with that leaderboard, fantastic skiing, and we'll now go into the U17 girls tricking final. The U17 girls tricking final starts off with Willow Skipsey, Maya Leonhardt, Rosa Jelenik, Scarlett Graham, Sophia Schuster, Nina Torrens, Melitine Morel, Maëlys Laforestier, Sanaya Rivotska, Isabel Cosgrove, Yelizaveta Nyotskaya, and Maria Popova. Then after that, we have the jump events in U14 girls and U17 boys. Stick around, folks. In just a moment, we will have our first skier to take to the water. Coming up very, very soon, the continuation of the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships.
Take a look at you and stop.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined?
Okay, welcome back. Willow Skipsy's on the water. All right, nicely done. 2 side slides at the end there for Willow Skipsy. So wonderfully performed run there. This is the U17 Girls Tricking Championship of Europe. Oh, right there. Here comes Willow Skipsy. And 2 stand-up runs there for Willow Skipsy. Tricking 31.40 yesterday to make it through to these finals today. So working away through a similar array of tricks. She did hands first, and now she's doing more or less the toe version of each of those initially spun tricks on pass number 1. For those of you watching for the first time these championships, this is the European Youth Championships for 2026. So glad that you can join us here on this fine day in Agrinio in Greece. The ancient city itself was founded about 3,000 or so years ago. All right, there we're seeing Maëlys Laforestier getting ready for her go. She'll be about halfway down the list. And we've got, we just had Willow Skipsey taken to the water. Maya Leonhardt should be ready to go next. Okay, looks like we've got a little bit of a delay before we bring on Maya Leonhardt. All right then, and we'll be back right after this.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
All right there, folks, welcome back. We just started the U17 Girls Tricking Championship of Europe for the U17s. We've just seen Willow Skipsey take to the water. She's finished with her go. And now we're going to bring on the Maya Leonhardt of Germany. There's a Waco to start off with, and then she goes in for the surface moves, and then off the wake as well. Wrapping in, wake 5 back, ski line back, managing to hold on to that. So nicely done there from Maya Leonhardt. So Maya Leonhardt, who more often than not trains over at Jolly Ski in the northern part of Italy, over in the Lombardy region, San Gervasio Bresciano. There's a Waco for starters. Surface 5 back. Surface 5 front, positional to the back, wake front, position to the back reverse. Nicely performed wake 5 back, and then she ends off with this little sequence here with the ski line back, then spins to the front, and that does it there for pass number 1 of 2. Maya Leonhardt. Toe tricks. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe wake back. Toe front. Reverse toe wake back, and spins out of that position there. Come on, Maya. Toe wake-o. Yeah, there you go. 2 stand-up runs there for Maya Leonhardt of Germany. And looking in tremendous shape out there. Just tricking 32.20 to make it this far in this 11 skier final. We're not on a 12 skier final because one of our competitors injured herself in the jump event in one of the last preliminary round events. That is Melatine Morel, who is skier number 7. Let's concentrate here on Maya Leonhardt. Looking very, very nice from each trick to the next there. Including that reverse toe wake back. I'm sure that at some stage that she is going to use substitute that with a toe wake back-to-back reverse, which has the same type of landing, but will actually contribute more points to her tally going down the line. That is Maya Leonhardt. All right, now our next competitor to go from Austria is going to be Rosa Jelenik. Okay, here comes Rosa. Tricking 32.90 to make it here. Toe 5 back to begin the things here with pass number 1 of 2. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe wake back, positional to the front. Toe reverse, toe wake back. Toe 5 front. All right. That's a good looking pass there. Very steady, very well composed. Okay. Rosa Jelenik from Austria now. Third skier off the dock. Wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. Now applying the power for these flips. Oh, and tried to rescue herself out of that situation, but couldn't do it. She powered herself way too hard on that flip and caught the downslope while the rest of the body was still on the upslope. So there we go. That is Rosa Jelenik. So Rosa Jelenik with 32.90 coming into these finals, and I don't think that she will have that much on the basis of what we just saw there with the 2 20-second runs. Next competitor up coming to you out of Italy, it is going to be Scarlett Graham. Okay, now this is Scarlett Graham, the winner of the jump event, both here and in Argentina in the U17 World Girls Championship. Going through her first moves. Bumping the speed up, getting ready for maybe a flip or two here. Doing that early so that the boat speed can get settled. There and dropping the handle there on one of the 360-degree moves on the outside the wake on the surface, but a great solid effort there from Scarlett Graham. There is the Italian tricolore. And in the middle there is a younger brother, Luca Graham. So having been plugged. So 35.70 for Maya Lanehart, 35.70. And an earlier score that we got was for Willow Skipsey of a 29.40. All right, here we go with Scarlett Graham. Looking rock solid out there for the moment. Toe wake O, toe wake back. Toe wake back to back, and here she comes with the return back into the wake there with the toe wake front. Yes! So our champion of the jump event from earlier on. She won that title yesterday. So wonderful tricks there, produced there by Scarlett Graham. We'll see if it's enough to keep her in the running, not only with the tricks but also with the overall as well. If Scarlett Graham was to manage a score of somewhat like about 52-10, then that might vault her up a little bit in the overall competition. But we will continue to monitor that situation very closely as we continue on with the trick and final. Sophia Schuster is next. Right, beautiful surroundings here. You see across the way there, all the way at the end, is the city of Agrinio, and about 2 or 3 kilometers to the north and east is the ancient city. If you get a chance to visit, do so. This is Sophia Schuster. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Sophia Schuster doing a pretty bang up job so far with these toe tricks. Toe wake O, toe wake line back, and there you go. Sophia Schuster and the Vuvuzelas are out again. All right, and there we just saw a brief look at Melitine Morel, who's on the sidelines because she sustained an injury in the girls' jumping event in the elimination round. Sophia Schuster, on the other hand, tricking in this final and looking quite good. Surface back-to-back surface 5 front, wake back, wake 5 front, surface O, wake O, and a couple of side slides at the end. We'll see if that matches or even exceeds her score from earlier on in the competition with 36.10. So looking at these tricks once again, keeping some good knee bend as she puts the back foot back in the binding. Still able to trick and still able to keep on going and keep herself in good stead here for producing some more points going down the road. So for those of you that are just joining us at this time, welcome. This is the U17 Girls Trick Final in the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Nina Torrance now. We are about halfway down this list. Getting in a little bit of difficulty there at the beginning, but managing to keep going. This is Nina Torrens, almost completely losing her axis there on that 5 front, encasing the wake there on the 5 front reverse, but able to hold things off there and continue to ski well. All right, so these tricks being performed one at a time. Just putting a positional into the back there and doing the wake 5 front, wake 5 back. So looking okay as the Swiss flag adorns this site here in Agrigno in Greece. All right, so Nina Torrens coming into the course here and now. Looking good in the toe tricks. Looks like this is going to be a toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. And it's and the toe wake front, almost losing her balance there with the toe O in, and does the same trick to wind on into for a toe wake O, toe reverse toe wake back, toe slide, and doing a fine job with that pass as well. So Rosa Jelenik with 27.50. So we're over the halfway mark right now, and Maëlys Laforestier is a skier number 8. All right, so we've got about just a little less than half a dozen skiers to go. We have Sanaya Rivotska, we have Izzy Cosgrove, we have Yezvalita Nayotskaya, and we have Maria Popova. But before all of those skiers, we will have Maëlys Laforestier. And there we see on the shore side Maria Popova, who has earphones on, which is just as well, really, because what I'm about to tell the good folks that on site, if they are within earshot or out there watching the web broadcast, is that she needs something around the range of 7,100 points to sneak up ahead of Yelizaveta Nayotskaya in the overall. That's under the assumption that Yelizaveta doesn't improve upon her trick score of 5,210 points as well. So a lot at stake here with the U17 girls trick final skiers. Not only the championship title of Europe for the U17 girls tricks, but also for the U17 girls overall. I think it's probably fair to say that in the U17 teams overall, Ukraine currently has a pretty healthy lead of about 1,020 points lead over Belarus, and then Great Britain is in third. So 42.20 for Scarlett Graham, 42.20 for Scarlett Graham. So 42.20 there, about about 680 points more. That will equate to a higher overall points score. So Scarlett Graham could actually have clawed the gap between herself and Izzy Cosgrove, and Izzy Cosgrove is in fourth place overall. Izzy Cosgrove by herself has about a 37-point deficit to claw back against Melitine Morel, who is in third place right now, despite not being able to compete or to ski. So for those of you that are watching, you're most certainly welcome. This is the Europe and Africa Youth Championships for 2026. We've still got plenty of skiing to come after we get done with the U17 girls trick in final. We'll have 8 skiers to go in the U14 girls jump final. And then from there, we have 12 skiers in the U17 boys jump final, of which there are 2 competitors at the 1.50 meter ramp height, and the remainder of them in the 12 skier final jump at the 1.65 meter ramp height. Okay, so we move on to Melisse Laforestier. Waco, position to the back, wake front. Wow. Melisse Laforestier visibly upset with not being able to pass the handle across the small of her back in order to complete that move. And Melisse Laforestier, who tricked 45.60 to get into this final round of competition, will not be tricking anywhere close to that this time around. But we'll see how she progresses on with the toe tricks. Melisse Laforestier. There you see in the towboat, a former world record holder, former world champion Nicolas Laforestier. So let's have a look at the trick that she performed up to the time that she fell. There's the Waco. Wake front. Position to the back. And now she edges up for the wake 5 front, and she may have passed the handle, but she probably hit herself with it, and that probably more than anything did enough to disrupt her and caused her to fall. Sanaya Rivotska is coming up next, and then we have Izzy Cosgrove, then Yelizaveta Nyotskaya, and our final skier in the U17 girls competition is going to be Maria Popova. All right, let's see what she has by way of redemption now. Melisse Laforestier. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe wake back. Reverse toe wake back. Toe and toe back and toe front. Toe wake line back, and in she goes one more time. That is Melisse Laforestier. She gave it her best there with the second pass, and she got all the way down it before 20 seconds expired with that particular move. But that is Melisse Laforestier from France, and we will see what our remaining skiers have for us. Sanaya Rivotska is coming up next. Toe wake reverse back. And toe side slides in it once and one in each direction for a combined total of 260 points for that little sequence. All right there, so moving on from Melis, we now go on to Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus. So Sanaya Rivotska, and getting in a little bit with a little bit too much speed on that toe wako, and just stuffed the tip into the water as she tried to recover herself on that particular move. So that is Sanaya Rivotska. All right then, so as we continue to pile on the points, Sophia Schuster with 46-40. 46-40 for her, and the next score they'll be waiting on is Nina Torrens and then Maëlys Laforestier coming up very, very soon. All right then, moving on into the trick course. This now is Sanaya Rivotska. Wake line 5 front, line back and line front, foot in the back binding. Wake 5 front, wake 5 front reverse. Wake line back to back, and here comes the reverse, which unfortunately she crushes on so far as the knee bend is concerned, but that is Sanaya Rivotska. So now we're into the last three. Whoever has the lead coming into this last three is set herself up with the target score. And anything that goes above that score from here on out places that skier on the podium. Still in the lead is Sophia Schuster with 46-40, 46-40. We're waiting on Maëlys Laforestier and Sanaya Rivotska as we now move on from those competitors to Izzy Cosgrove. Now, Izzy Cosgrove. can at the moment, Izzy Cosgrove at this moment in time with a significantly higher point score than what she did yesterday. If she gets into about 5,200 or something like that, then she could leapfrog over Melitine Morel. So there is 37 points worth of difference in the overall competition between Izzy Cosgrove and Melitine Morel in the overall competition. So 37.05 is the exact number. So she's got to get everything done here. Wake 5 back, wake front. Waiting for the speed to settle with the backflip. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Flip twist to the back there, and she didn't do that yesterday, but she does that today. It's only halfway done, though. We will see. We will see if it's enough. So 33.10 for Nina Torrens. 33.10 for Nina Torrens. All right then, folks. Now it's crunch time for Izzy Cosgrove. If she can get a point score deep into the 5,000 point range, then she might well have something to say in regards to the top 3 in the overall competition. Izzy Cosgrove now. Toe 7 front has got to go cautiously here, but she's got to be aware that 20 seconds is not an awful lot of time to get all these tricks in. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe O in. She's on her way, toe wake O. Continuing on with the toe wake line back and toe sides at the end. She might have done it. So we're going to keep an eye on the overall situation here as well. Izzy Cosgrove could have taken the lead in the tricks event. We're waiting on the score for Sinaya Rivotska and Melissa Forestier, although it's probably not all that hard to determine which one of those two trickers have won up to each other. But Izzy Cosgrove could have just put herself on the podium in not just one event, but also in another in the form of the overall. So just waiting on those scores. They won't be out instantly. But Izzy Cosgrove has pulled through at the end and has conjured up some magic. And here is the reaction from Team GB as Izzy Cosgrove nails down not just one but two 20-second passes. All right then, U17 girls trick final. We are on to our penultimate skier. It's Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. If she tricks more than 52.10, then she will reset the proportions between herself and the rest of the field in terms of the overall competition. Yelizaveta Nyotskaya has got to go clean here. She avoids the fall, but had to take a couple of seconds out to reset herself. Here comes the wake line back-to-back reverse. Brilliantly executed there towards the end. That is Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. So still waiting on some scores to come in there for those. So Maëlys Laforestier, 32.20. 32.70, I beg your pardon, 32.70 for Maëlys Laforestier. 32.70. That puts her in 5th place in the tricking event. Now these scores are starting to come in with a little bit more in terms of regularity now. All right, here we go now. This is Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. We haven't seen a score in excess of 5,000 points quite yet. So wake back to back, and it's reverse. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe in, toe Waco. Nicely done, and putting some nice, clean, precise tricks on the outside of the wake where the water is relatively smooth, and she didn't have to maneuver her way back across into the middle of the wake to do those tricks there, which meant that she cut down on the transition time after the toe Waco. A toe 7 front there to get things up and running before she goes into the toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and toe wake back to back reverse. Going through the toe 180s, then goes in for the toe O out, toe O in, toe Waco, toe back, toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. And I believe that she did a toe side outside that wake, although it's difficult to see. There we see Candido Moso overseeing the trick scoring and making sure that everything is is done in the proper way. So now we are on to our final skier. We've just seen Jelizaveta Nijotskaya go through the complete toe pass. And her score, the proportion based upon her score in the most recently performed two passes could decide where the title goes in the women's overall, the girls overall U17 Championship of Europe. Wake 5 front. There's the backflip. There's the backflip reverse. Twists out. Flip twist to the front. Flip. Oh no, goes for the front flip. What does she have? Front flip reverse. Does she have anything more? Flip twist to the back now. Yes! Knocks that pass down. She needs something in the region of about 7,100 or 7,200 points there for... we got a score there for Kazaya Revotska with a 4,010. That's no improvement there for her. So Sanaya Revotska, who was about 210 points adrift from fifth, is still there in sixth place. So now Izzy Cosgrove's score comes into play now. Izzy Cosgrove can move into third place overall with a halfway decent performance, and she stood up on both runs. Maria Popova, for her part, needs two things. She needs Jelizaveta Nijotskaya to not improve upon her score in the previous round of 52.10. But she also needs a score about 500 or 600 points more than what she did in the previous preliminary round of skiing. So Izzy Cosgrove, one score away from knowing whether she is made it onto the podium. We're looking at the phones right now for the instant that the result can come through. For the win, folks, here we go. This is Maria Popova. Looks like she's going to go with the toe 7 front. She's got to get through this. Her personal best is about 7,200 points, so she needs every little bit of trick, every maneuver that she can muster. Toe wake-o, reverse toe back back to back, toe front, toe side, toe wake line back, toe wake line, or does she go for the rear for the attempt with the toe wake line back to back? She's happy with what she's done, but is it going to be enough? We will not know the fate of the Girls Tricks European Championship, or indeed the Girls U17 Championship overall for a good few minutes yet. $54.80. So 54.80 for Isabel Cosgrove. She has got herself in the mix, not only with the top 3 position, but does she get over the top of Melatine Morel? So still waiting on two scores, Yelizaveta Nayotskaya and Maria Popova. So these are going to be some big time scores coming through. There is, according to the information that I have on the overall, Melody Morel is still 37 overall points above Izzy Cosgrove. Izzy Cosgrove currently in fourth. There's still about 25 or so overall points separating Yelizaveta Nayotskaya from Maria Popova. And there's still 39 overall points separating Melody Morel from Izzy Cosgrove between third and fourth. There's definitely not going to be any change between second and third because Melody Morel decided not to compete due to injury. So we're still yet to get the scores for Yelizaveta Nayotskaya and Maria Popova. We've just received the score for Izzy Cosgrove of 54.80. That puts her in no worse than third position, is currently the leader in the tricks in the clubhouse. All right then, that score from Izzy Cosgrove of 54.80 has moved her into the top three in overall. That has moved her into the top three in overall. That gives her about a 30-point advantage ahead of Melody Morel. 48.80 for Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. And Izzy Cosgrove goes up into second spot. So Yelizaveta Nayotskaya is now in second place and will finish no worse than third. Now, the added significance there is because she tricked less than the previous round of 52.10. That means that she cannot improve and she cannot push out any further gap between herself and Maria Popova. Now, if Maria Popova manages to get close to a personal best of around about 7,200 points, then she could usurp Yelizaveta Nayotskaya in the very, very last event. So we're just staying with this coverage right now because I know that a few of you folks out there are probably already in celebration mode. Izzy Cosgrove third overall in the U17 Girls Championship of Europe. She is also currently in first spot right now in the tricks event in the U17 Girls Championship of Europe. In the tricks event, we're waiting for Maria Popova. We're waiting for two things. We're waiting to see what her score is in relation to the title of tricks champion, and also about the overall event. So there is still that 26 or so point differential between Yelizaveta Nayotskaya and Maria Popova. We do not have that score from Maria Popova quite yet. So about 26 overall points and then some change between Nyotskaya and Popova. Still waiting on that score. Okay, 8,020 points. You're looking at your overall champion as well. $8,000 and a new personal best for Maria Popova. She takes the win in the tricks event, and she takes the overall title to boot. Wow. So pushing the scores, pushing the podium. Maria Popova. There she is. She's your winner, ahead of Izzy Cosgrove, ahead of Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. And at the very, very last event, Maria Popova takes the win in the overall competition as well. So there is your women's trick leaderboard. Maria Popova taking the win with 8,020 points. Izzy Cosgrove with 44.80. Yelizaveta Nyotskaya with a 48.80. And there you see the remainder of the scores. Schuster, Graham, Rivotska, Leonhardt, Torrens, Laforestier, Skipsey, and Jelenik. And let's see if we can try and get an updated total so far as the overall is concerned. I don't see any change in the overall scores, but there has to be some change because Maria Popova has just scored a personal best of over 8,000 points, and that is at least 1,400 points more. That is at least 1,400 points more than what she did previously in the tricks competition in the elimination round. So we're staying with the points totals. We know the winner. We know the winner in the tricks. It is Maria Popova ahead of Izzy Cosgrove and ahead of Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. Okay, so the scoring is updated. It hasn't quite updated where I'm looking at it for the time being at least, but I do know that with that amount of points uptick from what she had earlier and how close that she was I'll tell you what, this is one of the closest overall battles that we've seen in forever and an age, and it went right down to the last 40 or so seconds of trick skiing, folks. So it is a remarkable turn of events. So Maria Popova So we're still confirming the totals for the overall. I suspect that she has won the overall, but we will get confirmation of that. Okay, so we're getting an overall champions confirmation. So Maria Popova is your U17 girls overall champion. U17 girls overall champion. U17 girls European Championship. And that is belonging to Maria Popova. So she is texting everyone that she knows right now. She wasn't exactly the smiley-faced character that she typically is yesterday in the medal ceremony, but today I would suspect that she'll have a much happier disposition today whenever the medals are given out especially in the tricks event, which helped her get over the top in the girls' overall competition. All right, we've got jumping event to come up next. We've got the U14 girls jump final coming up very, very soon. But this is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. And when we come back, it's U14 girls jumping to come next.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, Got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. Good afternoon and welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Europe and Africa Youth Championships for 2026. Now, big news that has emerged so far as the girls under 17 overall, and Maria Popova at the very last performance was able to not only take the win, but take the win by a huge margin, by about 110 overall points ahead of Yelizaveta Ayotskaya. And coming through in third place overall is Izzy Cosgrove, who just managed to get enough points tricking to supersede Melitine Morel for and swap in for third and fourth place overall. So. So we'll take a quick look and see what her reaction was in relation to the trick score and the overall to boot as well, because she knew in the back of her mind that anything above 7,200 points would have given her the tie to win both races anyway. So there we go. Our chief judge there taking a dip. I think that's about the first time I've ever seen him take a dip there. His hair doesn't curl up when that happens. All right, then. So here's our running order. Karina Bonadariva, Zuzano Topolewski, Yunia Boyka, Maria Vernikovskaya, Elektra Ntoima, Nina Masarok, Emily Bettman, and Katrina Wienerreuter. There you go. That's a nice smiling face. That is Maria Popova, your European U17 champion in the overall competition. So, we're on to our 8 skier girls jump final. Karina Bonadariva, part of the Ukrainian U14 girls team. Okay, came into this this final round having jumped 18.4 meters. So Karina Bonadariva in 7th place overall can get as high as 6th place overall with a better landed distance, because she can overall the score of Yunia Boyka by a pretty easy margin, because there's only 2 points separating them in the overall competition. So she can move up from 7th to 6th there with a fairly simple jump of anything more than 18.4 meters. That is Karina Bonadariva. 16.3. So easing into the ramp there on jump number 1. And looked fairly straightforward. Now, so far as the other gaps are concerned, there's a big drop-off between 5th and 6th overall. 5th overall is Nina Masarok, and 6th place overall is Yunia Boyka. About a 200-point drop from 5th to 6th. But there is about a 140-point differential between Elektra Toima and Nina Masarok. We'll keep you apprised as to any major changes going forwards in the overall competition. 16.3 on the opener. All right there, so 16.8 meters. 16.8. No real improvement upon her best jump in the previous round, which was 18.4. All right, a few local media cameras are in play here. Oh, look at this. Here we go, three-quarter cut. She's having a go at it. Not bad, a little bit further than the second jump, I would say, using the same cut this time around. So as we continue down, we've got 19.2 for Karina Bonadariva. And I think that with 19.2 meters, that means that Karina Bonadariva has moved from 7th through to 6th place overall, as there were only a measly 2 overall points separating those two. So Ukraine having the upper hand this time around, and Yunia Boyka dropping down 1 spot to 7th, whilst Karina Bonadariva moves from 1 spot from 7th to 6th. So Zuzanna Topolewski representing Polska. Yes, indeed, Poland. And let's have a look at a little bit higher in the overall, because there seems to be quite a battle going on between Emily Bettman and Maria Vernikovskaya, not least of which was exacerbated yesterday through the tricks event when Maria Vernikovskaya won the event, despite Emily Bettman leading the event through to the review of the trick score. But having said all of that, Emily Bettman is in the lead in the overall by 15 points, less than 15 points, separating Emily Bettman and Maria Vernikovskaya. And then there's a little bit of a drop-off between her and Katerina Wienerreuter. There's about a 300-point difference separating Maria Vernikovskaya and Katerina Wienerreuter. All right there, here comes Zuzanna Topolewski. Oh, and coming into the ramp a little bit out of control, and unfortunately unable to land that distance. So a 0 score on jump number 1, and looking for something a little bit more than 18.8 meters. So Zuzanna Topolewski. So about 18 overall points separating her from 13th. The 13th person is Agnieszka Bernatowicz. So if Zuzanna Topolewski can manage maybe about 0.4 of a meter, then that should vault her from 14th through to 13th in overall. But so far so good there for Karina Bonadariva, who's moved up in overall from 7th through to 6th. All right, let's see what she has here on jump number 2. Oh, nice. Good speed, good drive. Look at that. The distance should be coming through right now, and it is a big jump distance, 20.7 meters to 0.7. So that jump there from Zuzana Topolewski has moved her above Agnethia in the overall competition from 14th through to 13th overall. Topolewska, is that right? Topolewska. Okay, I'm trying to get a little bit of a tutorial in Polish pronunciation. That's probably going to take me a while, so I'm not going to bother too much. So Zuzana Topolewska. That's about the closest I'm going to get. So 20.7. Here she comes. Oh, nice. Nice looking jumps there. Good positioning. Zuzana Topolewska from Poland. Our second skier out. And disappears behind the weed growth. And 20.1, so shortest landed jump there. So Zuzana Topolewska. All right, so let's move on. Our next competitor up is going to be Junia Boyka, who jumped 21.3 meters. So Junia Boyka, who is now about 36 points behind Karina Bonadariva in the overall competition. About 35 points adrift there, so would need a significant distance increase. So needing anything more than getting more than 21.3 meters will help facilitate that. I would say probably about 22.5 meters will do the trick there for Junia Boyka. And then we'll move on to see what Maria Vernikoskaya can do. Okay, Junia Boyka on letter J at 45 kilometers an hour, which is about 27 or so mile an hour. Oh, nice. Nice looking jump there and off a 3/4 cut. Skier from Belarus, Junia Boyka. Other gaps to look for in the overall competition between Katarina Wienerreuter and Elektra Toima. Less than 8 overall points separating those two. 21.8, 21.8. So that represents a clawing back of the points there between Junia Boyka and Karina Bonadariva. Is it enough to be anywhere close to 35 points? Could that additional half a meter be 35 overall points? we'll see if we can update the scores at least until afterwards. Here we go. This is a second jump attempt. Yunya Boyka. Oh, yes. A lot of speed and a lot of distance there on top of that. There's Franz Oberleitner at the helm of that towboat, coming to us out of Austria. And we're wearing a highly celebrated brand from Austria, a Camaro. 23.1, it's getting bigger now, 23.1. Now, my guess is that Yunya Boyka has clawed back the points deficit of 35 overall points and should be in sixth place overall right now. Now, like I said, there is a big drop-off between fifth and sixth. So probably it would be asking for a little bit too much for that to occur. For her to get from seventh all the way through to fifth. Yunya Boyka, 23.1 meters on the previous jump, and that one I suspect is probably going to be around about the same distance, maybe a little bit less. So 22.8, not our longest jump, so 22.8. Her best jump is 23.1. So Yunya Boyka should reclaim the sixth place overall where she's currently lying at right now. So now we come down to one of our major players in this U14 girls jumping event. It's Maria Vernikerskaya. Now, Maria Vernikerskaya is 15 points behind Emily Bettman. She can either close the gap of 15 meters and take the lead, or she can completely relinquish the overall title in favor of Emily Bettman by not jumping or clawing that gap back. So Maria Vernikerskaya. So looking fatigued and also looking a little bit worse for wear right there. So still waiting on an update to the overall competition standings right now, but Maria Vernikerskaya, if she can jump more than 24.1, then we're in business here. And not a bad looking jump there by all accounts. Maria Vernikerskaya, who yesterday won the tricks event after a scoring review. ahead of Emily Bettman, and Emily Bettman will be about 3 skiers away from taking her jump set. The distance should be coming through now. It is 24.7 meters to 4.7. Now that's gone into the gap a little bit here. She needs to claw back 15 overall points. The difference between 27.55.19 and 27.40.48. May even be a little bit less than 15, maybe just a little bit north of 14, but a gap is a gap, and it has to be clawed into. Maria Vernikerskaya, 24.7, it's 0.6 of a meter more than what she did yesterday. And let's see if she can put out a jump that's a little bit better than the lead distance that she produced earlier, 24.7 meters. So there's a lot of stake here in the overall competition. In terms of the team overall competition in the U24s, Austria has a pretty commanding lead. 24.7, exactly the same distance. She needs a little bit more to give herself some breathing room, so that Emily Bettman has to jump out of her skin in order to take the win in not only the jump event and the overall competition. 24.7. She's got to come up with a little bit more. Maria Vernikerskaya. So now, the last action on the water for Maria Vernikerskaya. Needs more than 24.7 to open up a little bit of a gap between herself and Emily Bettman. And I think she just basically just squatted on the jump there and did not have any energy left in her legs to go up any further than the ramp height itself, which is 1.50 meters. So back to the dock for Maria Vernikerskaya. And the distance coming through is 25 meters. That's a little bit better, but is it anything significant there? So there's still that gap on my screen, which is about 15 overall points. Just a little under 15 overall points, I should say, that exists between Emily Bettman, who's in the lead, and Maria Vernikerskaya, who we've just seen jump just recently. All right, then, here's an update in the overall. Here is an update in the overall now. It is now a 35-point gap between Maria Vernikerskaya and Emily Bettman. 35 points. We'll double check the figures here. It's actually 25 points. I do beg your pardon. So it's less than 35. It is 25 points. 24 point. So 24.97 points differential between Maria Vernikerskaya and Emily Bettman. Maria Vernikerskaya, could she have taken the title right at the last moment? And let's not forget, there is the whole situation with Karina Wienerreuter as well, and Electra Teumer. Now, between the two of those competitors, Karina Wienerreuter is in 3rd place overall, and Electra Teumer is in 4th place overall. There is less than an 8-point gap between those two. Here she comes. Daughter of the chief driver for this competition. That is Electra Teumer. Now, if she has jumped more than 24.6, we're going to see how much further it is. About half a meter is about 11 overall points or more. We'll find that at 22.8. 22.8. She's got to jump further. 22.8 if she wants to get above Katarina Wienerreuter and claim 3rd place overall. Then it's got to be more than 24.6 meters with either of the remaining 2 jumps. All right, here we go with Electra Teumer. Crunch time now. If she takes the lead here, it will be the target distance for any of our remaining 3 jumpers in order for them to exceed to get onto the podium. Here we go. This is Electra Teumer. Coming in on jump number 2. Oh, and forcing the kick on that one. Just stood up and just before the base of the ramp and just tried to kick the snot out of it. And unfortunately, that is not going to work. So this next jump has a whole load of implications attached to it. There is an 8-point gap between her and 3rd. Electra Teumer's in 4th. Katarina Wienerreuter's in 3rd. If she does not jump more than 24.6 meters, and if she doesn't put significant distance between her on that jump distance, then that means that Electra Teumer will be on the outside looking in on the podium in the overall competition in the U14 Girls Championship of Europe in overall. So now let's see what happens here. There is 8 overall points. Just a little under 8 overall points. So now this is Electra Teumer. This is it. This is her 3rd jump. She can move back into 3rd place overall if she claws back 8 overall points. What's the distance she needs? She needs at least something over 24.6. If she can get 25, then she might have just done it. Here she comes. Yeah, there you go. That's a better looking jump there, but is the distance going to be reflective of that? Electra Teumer. All right, I think she's done it. 25.3, 25.3. Let's set the boffins out. Let's set the minions out. Let's get a look at the overall competition. Let's refresh the overall competition. Electra Teumer. So Electra Teumer Still no update in the overall competition quite yet. So she currently has a jump of 25.3 meters. That is good enough for the lead. Still showing that Katrina Wienerreuth is in third and Electra Toimers in fourth. Okay, so here it is, folks. Electra Toimer, third place overall. So Electra Toimer, third place overall, but can she keep it? Can she keep it, though, because the next challenger in the overall competition is on the water right now. It is Nina Masarok. And also as well, so far as Electra Toimer is concerned, she's one jumper from knowing whether she is on the podium or not. Nina Masarok is on the water right now, and then there are two other jumpers to come that could decide the fate of the overall competition in the in these championships. Look at okay, so Nina Masarok had taken the first jump, and if she wants to improve in the overall, she's got to go 26.7. If she wants to be on the podium in the jump, she only has to jump realistically over 25.3 meters. So 24.6, 24.6. So she hasn't done either one quite yet. Okay, so this is Nina Masarok needing a jump of more than 25.3 meters to get on the podium. Otherwise, the Greeks will be celebrating. Here she comes. Nina Masarok of Germany. So 26.3 meters. She is on the podium. 26.3. She is on the podium, but she has not improved upon the original first round jumper, 27.7 meters, which could essentially mean that Nina Masarok is staying rooted at fifth place in this this competition in the overall. All right, then. So here we go. This is Nina Masarok. Her last jump. Is it more than 27.7 meters? Well, she's on the podium at least. That's the good news. The bad news is that she hasn't improved upon her previous jump distance from earlier on in the competition. If this jump is less than 27.7 meters, that will be the case. All right, then. So as we continue on, there is Nina Masarok with 26.7 meters on that last jump. That is now the target for our remaining two competitors to exceed, to get on the two rungs of the two rungs of the podium above her. So still needing a jump distance of more than 25.3 meters to actually get on the podium. And just to give you an idea of where we are so far as Elektra Toimer is concerned in the overall competition, she is in third, and she is in third by 23 overall points. So now it comes down to our final two competitors. Emily Bettman, who is now in the overall competition 25 points adrift, or 24.97 points adrift if you want to be a little bit more accurate. All right there, here comes Emily Bettman. First order of business, get on the podium. More than 25.3 will do the trick. Second order of business, get over 29.5 meters to move up back into the lead in the overall. Truckload of speed coming in, not so much height, unfortunately, there for Emily Bettman, who has been in the lead in this overall competition for much of the tournament. So we're just waiting on the jump distance to come through. 25.5 meters to 5.5. That puts her on the podium. So now that she's safe in the knowledge that she has a medal and can finish no worse than third at a current distance of 25.5 meters, now she has got to really, really knuckle down now, because she needs a distance of about 31 or 32 meters to affect enough of a change, enough of a difference between Emily Bettman and Maria Vernikovskaya to maybe, just maybe at the very last, just take the title away from Maria Vernikovskaya of Belarus. All right, let's see what Emily Bettman could do. Here she comes. Good speed and good drive off the top of the jump there, but is that going to be enough? It needs to be more than 29.5 meters, and I don't suspect that it is. So it could come down to the last jump to decide the overall competition. Our next skier to come after her is Katarina Wienerreuter, and she can potentially take the third place overall. And there we go. That is the skier on the water. That is 27.6 meters. 27.6 meters. Now, there is a gap between Elektra Teumer and Katarina Wienerreuter. There is about 23 overall points that separate Elektra Teumer in third and Katarina Wienerreuter in fourth place. So getting some motivation from the boat there. So Emily Bettman. Let's have a look and see, shall we? It's got to be more than 29.5 meters if she's to wrench the overall away from Maria Wernicke-Steiner. I don't think that she's done it. I think that Maria Wernicke-Steiner has taken the overall competition in the very, very last event, unless something miraculous has happened. So it looks like the distance is coming through. Emily Bettman know that she came up a little bit short, and it is a 90-foot jump. It is 27.3 meters. That all but confirms Maria Wernicke-Steiner is your winner in the U14 girls overall. However, so far as the top three is concerned in the overall competition, it is not over yet, because Elektra Teumer is currently in third place overall. In fourth place overall by about 23 overall points differential between third and fourth is Katarina Wienerreuter, and Katarina Wienerreuter is next. So Maria Wernicke-Steiner is on top of the pile and cannot be caught. She certainly cannot be caught by Emily Bettman, because she's jumped and she hasn't exceeded any distance from the preliminary round. She jumped 29.5. The best that she could manage was 27.6, which is good enough for the lead in the jump event. And that is virtually our only hope from here on out for a gold medal in these championships. Now, Katarina Wienerreuter is out on top of the water, and she needs to jump more than 29.7 meters to move up in her fortunes in the overall, and usurped Elektra Teumer at the very last moment. So Katarina Wienerreuter needs a points differential clawed back something along the lines of about 22.92 overall points needs to be clawed back from Katarina Wienerreuter in order for her to get on the top three. Here she comes. She needs more than 25.3 to get on the podium. Here she comes, Katarina Wienerreuter. Yeah, and I think she's done it. Task number one complete. More than 25.3 meters. She gets that done. 28.3, the winner of your jump event, but she still has something left to give out there. She needs to jump more than 29.7 meters to get the overall. Katerina Wiener-Reuter is the winner of the jump event, but not quite done yet. Pushing the podium, Katerina Wiener-Reuter from Austria, number 1, Emily Bettman, 2nd, and Nina Masarok in 3rd. So now it's 2 jumps to decide the overall competition. It's now between Austria and Greece. Okay, and refusing on that jump there, taking a pass on jump number 2 is Katerina Wiener-Reuter. Okay, so now it comes down to the one last jump. Could this last jump deny Elektra Toima of Greece an overall medal? All right, then. So now it comes down to one last jump. And here is, we see Elektra Toima. She's sweating it right now because she knows that Katerina Wiener-Reuter is definitely capable of jumping somewheres in the distance of about 31.5, 32 meters. That's the kind of distance that she would need in order to usurp her. It's the battle between Greece and Austria. There's about 23 overall points separating the two. Elektra Toima is waiting on the short side. Katerina Wiener-Reuter taking some big height, but is it enough? Is it enough? She believes that it's enough. She certainly knows that she's won the title in the girls U14 jumps final. And the jump distance is 29 meters. 29 meters, but that does not outstrip the jump that she produced yesterday, which means that Elektra Toima is in 3rd place overall and Katerina Wiener-Reuter is in 4th. So there, the cheers have started. So we know that the jump title is going the way of Katerina Wiener-Reuter. She jumped that distance enough. All right, so we do confirm that Elektra Toima is in 3rd in overall, just behind Emily Bettman, who is in 2nd, and your overall U14 champion of Europe in the girls championship is Maria Vernikowskaya. It's Belarus, Austria, and Greece in that order. All right, we got one more event to go. We got 12 skiers. 2 of them jump at 1.50 meters. The rest of the 10 skiers jump at 1.65 meters. It's going to be an absolute humdinger, and the overall competition still not automatically decided yet between Mikhail Mikhailchenko, Yanis Kosafanos, and Ivan Zaletsov. There is still plenty of movement in that overall competition. There is your leaderboard, Katerina Wienerreuter with 29 meters. She's your winner. Emily Bettman, runner-up with 27.6. And in third place, Nina Mazarok from Germany. So with her distance of 26.7. So it is an Austrian 1-2. Then it's Teumer, Vernikowskaya, Boyka, Topolewski, and Bonadareva. So there is your leaderboard, and we're going to go into the U17 Boys Championship of Europe to go next. Fantastic skiing here at Agrinio in Greece. Some of the most dramatic jumps and tricks and slalom for quite a while. So there's your leaderboard. We're going to take a little bit of a breather here because we need to take all of this in, enjoy the celebrations. So there we see with the bib number 21, Katerina Wienerreuter of Austria, a name that is synonymous with high-performance water skiing in that part of the world, the Wienerreuter family, and I'm sure that that they're watching this and they're taking it all in. And here is the remaining portion of the schedule. We've got prize giving, but before that, we've got the U17 Championship of Europe. Stick around, folks. We'll be back right after this.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right then, folks, welcome back to Stratos Lake, just outside of Grigno, and this is the Europe and Africa Youth Championships under the IWWF for 2026. There is your jump leaderboard. Katerina Wienerreuter, with her jump of 29 meters, takes the win ahead of Emily Bettman with a 27.6 and ahead of Nina Masarok, ending off the top three on the podium with 26.7. All right, we're down to our last event. The U17 boys jump final. Two of the 12 jumpers will jump at the 1 meter 50 ramp height, and then we'll go to 1 meter 65 for the remaining 10. Here they are: Nathan Botcher, Isaac Donistor, Leonard Martinov, Itori, South Africa, Aurel Garcia, Lars Kuna, Fyodor Ivano, Charlie Fern, Harley Costa, Mikhail Mikhailchenko, Yanis Kosathanos, and Ivan Zaletsov. All right, so as we get ready, the overall is going to be fairly clean cut here, with Mikhail Mikhailchenko in the lead going into this event and scoring with ruthless abandon about 80% of the best scores in the slalom and the jump event, and taking the tricks title, tricking over 11,030 points for a new personal best. Ivan Zaletsov currently in second place overall, but is way back in terms of points differential, way about 217 overall points, give or take. But Ivan Zaletsov is, there is about a 20 or so a point difference between Ivan Zaletsov and Yanis Kosathanos, so the battle is still very much raging between Ukraine and Greece for the second and third place overall. And if you look even further down, there's a little bit of a drop off, but it's certainly catchable by Harley Costa. So Nathan is a no-show, so we'll go on to Isaac Donistor from Sweden. So we have an 11 skier final. One of the jumpers electing to go at 1 meter 50 ramp height, and here he comes. Ah, yeah. Good looking distance there, really throwing it down and out there. So 36.3 meters, 36.3. All right there, Isaac Donistor. Here we go. .3 meters on the opening jump there, and pre-kicking that one a little bit there, but able to keep things on an even keel as we ready ourselves for the 1.65 meter ramp height jumping for our remaining 10 competitors. Okay, so losing some distance there, 34.3 meters, or a little over 110 feet. So Isaac Donestall. So Isaac Donestall, who is yet to outjump his best distance yesterday, therefore won't be making too much of a charge here in the overall competition. I'm not too sure where he is even on the chart so far as the men's overall is concerned. But there you go. That is Isaac Donestall. Jumped 37.5 meters to make it here. And now he'll go back to shore. And at the same time he's doing that, he's going to hand off the rope. All right there, 37.1, 37.1. So he takes the lead with that distance, 37.1. Now the ramp is going to be raised from 1.65 meters high to 1.65 meters high from 1.50 meter. It's going from a slope of 0.235 to 0.251. There was a lot to like about that jump there from a technical point of view. So now this is Leonard Martinoff. And there right next to him is Maria Popova. Okay, that beeping you hear in the background is to tell us that the ramp is moving so far as its height is concerned. And now that beeping is stopped. The ramp is now at 1.65 meters high, which is 5.5 feet high in old money. All right there, here we go. Our next competitor on the water is Leonard Martinoff. All right there, so Leonard Martinoff has 3 jumps to set a pace here. All right there, so Leonard Martinoff, who jumped 36.8 meters yesterday. Won't be doing it with that jump today, however, but we'll see if he's got a 3/4 cut left in him. So Leonard Martinoff. Let's have a quick look at the overall team classification in the U17s, and it should show that Leonard Martinoff is part of the Ukrainian team, which is put out about 1,023 overall points lead ahead of everyone else. But there's a rub. There is a rub in all of this, because let's have a look at the U17 and U14 team competition, because there is a possibility that the Ukrainian team could get caught if they do not conjure up enough points to fend off an attack here from the Belarusians. This is in the U14, U17 team classification. This is the Hellenic Trophy. There is about a 24.09 point differential between the Ukrainians and the Belarusians in that combined team title. Here he comes. Turns in, drives in off the wake. Nice. Nice looking jump there from Leonard Martinoff. So 37.7 meters, 37.7 meters. So in this competition, in the team competition, the top 3 athletes in a team of 4 contribute scores to their teams. Leonard Martinoff, in this instance, because of the firepower from the likes of Maria Popova and Ivan Zaletsov and Mikhailchenko, hasn't contributed any points towards the team, but looking to try and do so if he can possibly manage it. Here he comes, Leonard Martinoff. His 3rd and last jump. What has he got remaining? Oh, that looked like a hard landing there, but he's okay. He's tougher than a $2 steak, I'll tell you that. Well, there we go. Leonard Martinoff bowing out of the competition. 37.7 meters is best jump of this tournament. And now we're going to go on to Ettore, South Africa. Started to roll back on the skis almost as soon as he hit the second wake, and he tried to set himself up for a softer landing, and nothing was doing. And he just sat there, looked around, and thought, what the heck's going on here? But there you go. That is Leonard Martinoff. He is being transported in. He should be okay. I'm sure he's going to get checked over, but there's nothing too much for them to be overly concerned about. It was a pretty much a soft landing out the back, if any of them are. All right, our next competitor is Ettore, South Africa. South Africa. All right, so working our way down from the east end for the first of 3 attempts, Ettore, South Africa. 4th competitor on this list, actually the 3rd person off the dock in reality, and Ettore is getting ready to take his first jumps in a moment, but because of the nature of the fall there from Leonard Martinoff, he's been delayed from going out. So we'll see what occurs here. So as we continue to go through this event with the little bits of spare time that we have, which we don't have an awful lot of, we'll try and go through the official overall guesstimations. All right, so getting ready, Ettore, South Africa. Getting ready to go, and we'll be hoping to do the green, white, and red of Italia proud. And there we go. We have Leonard Martinoff on the grandstand as well, the slightly smaller one. Ettore, South Africa. Oh, that right ski going up a little bit high. Maybe that's an indication of where the wind is blowing and how strong. Here he comes. Ah, yes! good looking jump there. That's got to be in excess of 40 meters. Now, Ettore yesterday, who jumped in conditions that were considerably worse than this, the jump should be known in just a moment here for Ettore. But they're slowing the boat down before they... our graphic on the screen isn't showing up with a distance quite yet. It looks like he's going to get pulled out towards the right-hand side of the towboat, and to be given his options if he has any. So there is a better look at... You're not going to get much sympathy from her in any way, shape, or form, no matter what you do. I'm sorry, but I mean, better is better. Even when she thinks it's worse. Maybe that should be a hashtag, I don't know. Better is better. All right, then, 36.8 meters, 36.8 meters. All right, now making the turn down at the east end, and will now be brought back into the course. Here we go, folks. Coming on in. Jump number 2. Jumping 37.3 in the opening round. Leonard Martinov still in the lead with 37.7. Let's see if Ettore can do better than that. I believe that jump was a little bit better. He certainly had better airform and was pushing the outer limits there. Ettore Serafrica. I suspect this jump is going to be a little bit better, and it is. 37.3, 37.3 meters. All right, let's see what he has. Third and last jump. Let's see if he can go into the course a little bit deeper and may hang on to a little bit more speed off the turn. It's at 51 Ks on letter N. The boat path is split. Turning in. And I think it's going to be around about the same place there for Ettore. About half a meter difference between the first jump and the third. He jumped 37.3 meters yesterday, so He's consistent around about the same spot. So 37.9, 37.9. So our next athlete is going to be Aurel Garcia from France. So Aurel Garcia, a member of the French team, who are currently in 4th place in the team classification after yesterday's, after the Saturday team results. Great Britain are currently in 3rd place. They look fairly unassailable in that respect. Belarus are currently in runner-up spot right now when the U17 team classification is led by the team from Ukraine. So now, coming in, first jump of 3 from France, Aurel Garcia. Oh, a little bit out towards the back there, but managed to push enough of his weight over the tips of his skis to get a little bit more additional float out of that jump. So 38.9 meters, 38.9 meters. So with 38.9 meters under his belt, he has taken the lead, and there are 7 more jumpers to come before we close out these championships, at least so far as the skiing part of these championships is concerned. We'll have the prize given to take place immediately after the boys U17 Jump Championship of Europe. That is for all of the that is for the slalom, the trick, and the jump discipline award medals, and then later on at the banquet, the team overall and the individual overall. Wow, whoa. Pre-kicking that jump a lot. That's why his skis were flaring off the top of the jump there. He came into the ramp with a lot of speed, was trying to anticipate his lift, and ends up not getting much as a consequence. He was a little bit back as well, and he was early. 41.7 though. 41.7 meters. Now, Aurel Garcia is currently in 5th place overall, but the drop-off between Harley Costa and Aurel Garcia is something to the tune of about 280 or so overall points. So unless Aurel Garcia finds a jump of over 60 meters somewhere in his back pocket, the chances of him clawing back that deficit lie somewhere between slim and none. But he's certainly going to give it his best shot anyway. Here he comes, Aurel Garcia on letter R. Better positioning over the skis. Came in with a lot more speed this time around. So that is Aurel Garcia. That jump should be a skosh better, at least in terms of distance. And when I say a skosh, I mean a very, very small amount of distance, like that. 41.8 meters. He does have the lead, though, 41.8 meters. And now we go on to our next competitor. He comes to us out of Germany. His name is Lars Kuhner. So Aurel Garcia managing 0.1 of a meter more in terms of distance there with that jump. As we now bring on our next competitor, coming to us from Germany and trains over at Jolly Ski over in the northern part of Italy, along with Claudio Bonatti and Fedele Luzzeri and Matteo Luzzeri and Nicholas Bonatti over there at that wonderful facility that has hosted a number of tournaments over the years. They've been hosting an international tournament there for nearly 20 years, and will be making its appearance back on the Water Ski Pro Tour, we anticipate, next summer. And these very championships, the Junior Europeans, will also be hosted by Jolly Ski in San Gervasio Bresciano. So Lars Kuhner. Here we go. Nicely done on jump number one, and we'll get you the distance on that jump very, very soon. $37.8 meters. So 37.8 meters for Lars Kuhner on jump number one, getting into some good air form into the landing and a nice solid looking opening jump there. And he's obviously been working a lot on his technique and his aerial awareness. Lars Kuhner, who's currently in 9th place overall, and he'll be trying to chase down Charlie Fern, who is in 8th place. 8th place overall, but the differential between the two is about 15 or so overall points. So if he has serious ambitions harbored for a rise in the overall competition, then certainly chasing down Charlie Fern would be the first thing that I would do. Here we go. Lars Kuhne. Ah, yes, and oh no, oh my word, he just couldn't really get his bearings in readiness to stand up on top of the water. All right, so Lars Kuhne not able to land his first jump. His second jump, I should say, his first jump was 37.8. After Lars Kuhne, then would go on to Fyodor Ivanu. And there is a drop-off in points differentiation between the two, about 200, give it about 208 overall points separating Fyodor Ivanu in the 6th and Ettore South Africa in 7th overall. And the difference between Lars Kuhne and Ettore South Africa in overall is about 50 or so overall points. But the first thing he needs to do in order to get any kind of traction in the overall competition is to outjump his best jump from yesterday first of all, and he's nowhere near that. He needs about 1.5 meters to start to make that happen. Here he comes, Lars Kuhne. A decent jump there, but by no means something that he'll be happy with. Lars Kuhne. Just looking at this once again. Should be 37.4. Indeed it is. 37.4 is the jump distance there for Lars Kuhne. Now, next competitor up, as we look at this instant replay, it's going to be Fyodor Ivanu. All right there, this is Fyodor Ivanu. And Fyodor Ivanu, like most Belarusian skiers that have returned to the international fold for the first time in 5 years, doesn't have a bona fide score to work with in terms of being able to assess what his best jump has been in the past. All I can tell you in that regard is that Fyodor Ivanu, I should say, has jumped 42.3 meters out of the preliminary round to make it through to this section of the competition. So, Fidar Ivano from Belarus coming in on jump number 1. Let's see what he's got. Jump number 1. Oh yes, a good little bit of slingshot action right off the turn all the way through to the jump there, and seems to have found a nice little rhythm here. Just slowly bringing the handle down and then using that lateness to set him off down the lake. That is Fidar Ivanu. Distance coming through for him. It should be about a 40.4 meter jump. 40.4 meters on his opener for Fidar Ivanu. And that jump not able to exceed what he's done previously in the first round of 42.3 meters. And Fidar Ivanu is about 161 overall points away in terms of differential between himself and Aurel Garcia. All right, here we go. Fidar Ivanu, who's trying to chase down the lead of 41.8 there, courtesy of Aurel Garcia. It would certainly help if he gets that done first before chasing down the overall competition. So 40.6 there. He improves upon his first jump distance to the tune of 0.2 of a meter for 40.6. All right, so 40.6 on jump number 2 for Fidar Ivanu, and then our next jumper is going to be Charlie Fern, followed by Harley Costa, then Mikhail Mikhailchenko, Yanis Kosafanos, and Ivan Zeletsov, and it is going to be an absolute barn burner of a jump competition with those final 5 competitors in play. Here we go, folks, now. Fidar Ivanu. Jump number 3. And I think he lost a lot of that jump due to poor ramp control. He came in with a little bit of an earlier approach, or at least he got so much speed off the turn that he ended up being early. So ends up with 40.4 there, that exact same distance that he produced on the first jump there. So 40.6 is his best. So now 2 British, 2 Ukrainians, and 1 Greek. Yep, 2 British, 2 Ukrainians, 1 Greek. Sounds like a West End theatre farce, but believe me, it isn't, because it's going to going to be the makings of an absolutely barnstorming jump competition with the final 5. Our first competitor out is going to be Charlie Fern. All right there, so Charlie Fern, who in the first round jumped 43.6. Let's talk overall, shall we? So Charlie Fern is currently on 17.56.12 in the overall competition. He can move higher if he jumps further. All right then, so Charlie Fern now, he can get as high as 6th place overall if he can jump the equivalent of 50 additional overall points. So trying to put the cap on a brilliant performance from Great Britain in the overall team competition. Ukraine currently in the lead by a long way in the U17 overall team competition, ahead of Belarus, and Belarus ahead of Great Britain. Here he comes. This is Charlie Fern. 43.6. What has he got here? A pass. So coming off the turn with a whole truckload of speed and came into the ramp area very early indeed. So Charlie Fern, he's got a couple of aims here. Not only is he trying to aim to actually take the lead in the jump event, but at the same time, he is looking to try and move himself up a little bit higher in the overall competition. He can get as high as 6th place. He can get as high as 7th place, as a matter of fact. So the distance that he needs in order to take the lead is anything more than 41.8 meters. That is from Aurel Garcia. Now, Charlie Fern. He's on 17.55.12. He's about 40 points away from moving up in overall, usurped in Itori, South Africa. Charlie Fern, second jump. Up nice and wide on the towboat now, waiting and waiting and waiting for his chance to turn, and here he is. Ah yes, nice little bit of float going into land. Good speed, good dig. So waiting for the jump distance to be revealed. So the jump distance, from what I've been led to believe, it should be a little over 40 meters, 43.2. Okay, 43.2 meters on jump number 2. Now, 43.2 is 0.4 of a meter shy of what he jumped yesterday in the elimination round series to make it through to this section of the competition. Ideally, Charlie Fern is already in the lead with that distance, 43.2, which isn't a bad jump, but if he can get somewhere closer to about 45 or 45 and a half meters, then he will usurp Ettore South Africa in overall to the tune of a 7th place finish instead of 8th. Here he comes. Driving in off the turn, wiggling a little bit there, and that little bit of movement off the second wake certainly didn't help him out too much. But with 43.2 meters, he currently has the lead with 4 competitors to go. We'll know within the next 2 competitors what it's taken to make it onto the podium. So Charlie Fern returns to the shore, I'm sure 42.5, 42 and a half meters there. So not improving in the overall competition, but I'm sure that he'll acknowledge that he's had a wonderful time here in Agrinio in Greece with his jump of 43.2, taking the lead away from Aurel Garcia. So currently in the lead, we have Charlie Fern on 43.2 ahead of Aurel Garcia, 41.8. Faidar Ivanu with 40.6. Ettore South Africa with 37.9. Lars Kuhne with 37.8. And a two-way tie for 6th place exists between Leonard Martinov and Isaac Donestal, with Leonard Martinov having outright 6 due to a superior jump due to a superior distance. Now actually Isaac Donestal has the superior jump from the previous round with 37.5 compared to Leonard Martinov's 36.8. So actually the script should be flipped a little bit there, with Isaac Donestal in 6th and Leonard Martinov in 7th. If you get my drift. All right there. So now our next competitor on the water right now is Harley Costa. Now in terms of overall, Harley Costa this is catchable. This is doable here in overall from Harley Costa to try and usurp Yanis Kosafanos. We'll give you some details in a moment, but here we go. Oh, look at that beauty of a jump there from Harley Costa. Now, in terms of overall, there is a path, and it occurs about 140 or so overall points. If he can claw back that amount of points, then he will move himself from 4th to 3rd. 46.4 meters, 46.4. But the first thing he needs to do is he's got to take the lead. He's taken the lead anyway with 46.4. No worries about that. But if he gets more than 48.9, then we can... That 46.4 with a fast 3rd segment. He has to take the jump again. And needs to out-jump it as well. So fast 3rd segment on jump number 1. He gets an additional jump. He's been given his options right now. He's probably not best pleased, but he does have another jump. So 46.4 on the opening jump there. Now he's going to go into his second attempt. If he does not out jump 46.4 with either of the two attempts, then he has a fourth additional jump. 46.4 was the distance on the opening attempt. He's moved the letter from Z to W. And that's what happens when you've got a boat driver like Franz. But it's not Franz today, it's Ricardo Botas, and he made the decision to go from Z to W. Had to make that adjustment to make sure that the boat times were correct, and the distance coming through. This is a huge distance. 49.7. It's an improvement upon yesterday. .7 meters. That keeps him in fourth place overall. .7 meters. If he can get past 50, then we can start talking about overall and getting into the top 3 in the overall placement. All right then, third jump. Now, because he's out jumped 46.4 meters, he no longer has the rewrite to play with. So this is his last jump. Here comes Harley Costa. Jump number 3. Let's see. Oh, it's a quick turn. Spikes the switch. Came in with a lot of speed. Tried his best to fend off the power of that towboat. That jump distance should be known in a moment or so. .49 meters, 49.4 for Harley Costa. And that score of Harley Costa and should keep him in fourth place overall at this time. Which means essentially that the battle for the overall is very much set. It's down to these last 3 competitors. Mikhail Mikhailchenko, who is in the lead in overall by quite a considerable margin. Yanis Kotsathanos, who's currently in third place overall and can move higher if he outjumps his previously held distance of 49.9. And then Ivan Zaletsov, who has the 1,000 overall points by having the best jump, well, 50.1. But he has to jump big. He has to jump more than 50.1 to fend off a particularly late surge from our Greek friend Yanis Kotsathanos. All right, now we're down to the final 3. Mikhail Mikhailchenko. Mikhail Mikhailchenko. All right, so Mikhail Mikhailchenko getting ready for his 3 jumps. 49.5 meters, his best jump distance so far in this tournament out of the elimination round. On letter U at 51K, here he comes. He's nice and wide here. Light on the switch, here he comes. A little bit hurried with the kick, and I would imagine that he was fairly early to start off with, so we'll see what he can do coming up next for the next jump there, Mikhailichenko. .45.8 meters, 45.8 meters. Now, in terms of the overall competition, he is about 270 points ahead of his nearest rival, Ivan Zaletsov. So 267.57 points separate Mikhailichenko from his nearest rival, Ivan Zaletsov. He wants to try and keep it there, or maybe even go further. But there you go. That is Mikhailichenko, and not finding his groove so far in terms of putting the jump distance out, maybe closer to 50 meters. .47.9, 47.9. It is bigger in terms of distance. Now, if he does not out-jump the jump distance of 49.7, which is the big distance that came out of Harley Costa, if he does not jump more than 49.7, then Harley Costa has a medal in this event. Mikhailichenko would, however, have the bubble score. So, getting on the podium requires him right from the get-go to jump more than 49.7 meters. A jump measurement that we exceeded upon yesterday with 49.9. Here he comes. That is close. How close is it going to be? Harley Costa is around the dockside checking out the distance and seeing if it is enough. The jump distance. All right there, so the celebrations begin on the dock there. Harley Costa has got himself a position on the podium, thanks in no small part to Mikhailichenko, who jumped 47.8 on the last jump. His best jump is 47.9. Harley Costa has got himself a medal on the podium. So now the bubble distance is 47.9, courtesy of Mikhailichenko. And that target distance is going to be pursued by our next competitor from Greece, Yannis Konsathanos. Now, Yannis Konsathanos is still very, very much in the frame so far as the overall is concerned. Let's not take our eyes off that too far, because there is about a 23-point differential between himself and Ivan Zaletsov. It's the difference between 26.93.27 and 26.70.60. Get your calculators out, folks. First thing that needs to happen is he's got to jump further than what he did yesterday. He jumped 49.9 meters yesterday. Looks like the boat has slowed down for some reason. All right then, so let's just say that half a meter differential in terms of distance is good enough for about 11 or 12 points, give or take. The difference in terms of overall point between Yanis Kosathanos and Ivan Zaletsov, there is a difference of 22.67. So that ought to mean that if Yanis Kosathanos can actually jump close to 51 meters, then that will turn things on its head. But, and here's the big but, Ivan Zaletsov could come back and do exactly the same thing because he's the last competitor on the water. All right there, so 49.9 in the prelims. So first of all, he's got to get further than that distance for the sake of the overall. But if he gets more than 49.4 or 49.9, then he takes the lead. Oh, look at that. All right then, so it just seems just more than coincidental, doesn't it? That he needs a jump of 49.7 meters, somewhere over that, to and sounds like cheering here among our Greek contingent. 50.4 for Yanis Kosathanos. So 50.4. All right then, so after the first jump for Ivan Kosathanos, he's still in third place overall. If he can jump about another 0.6 or 0.7 of a meter further, then he could quite conceivably get into second place overall. Here he comes. Oh, wow! Yanis Kosathanos, who is now pulled to within 6 points of the overall for the second place overall medal. The distance coming through. Has he moved from third to second overall? He's definitely in the lead in the jump. 48.8. All right then, folks, it's down to the wire now. He is in the lead in the jump event. No two ways about that. That is 40.4 meters, but he needs about another 0.5 or 0.6 of a meter to move him up from third to second in the overall battle. So, in the overall battle, Mikhailchenko is in first in overall. Ivan Zaletsov is still in second, but with a reduced gap between second and third. Giannis Konstantinos is now within 6 points of the overall silver medal. He needs to jump further. He's got the 1,000 points for having the best distance recorded so far, so that dilutes everyone else down below. Here he comes. Turns, sets, drives in. And Giannis Konstantinos is now in third place overall, and that's where he'll stay. And that therefore means that the two Ukrainians have gotten the 1 and 2 in the men's overall, with Mikhailchenko in first, Ivanov in second, Ivan Zaletsov in second, and in third, Giannis Konstantinos. But stick around, folks, because there is still some action to take place on the water. It is for the championship. Giannis Konstantinos still has hopes of coming out of this with a gold medal in the jump event. But it's all down now to what Ivan Zaletsov can do with the 3 jumps that are at his disposal. For those of you that are interested, 37.9 on the last jump there for Giannis Konstantinos. So Giannis Konstantinos is holding on to the jump title right now. He needs Ivan Zaletsov. Ivan Zaletsov needs to jump more than 50.4 meters to take the title away from Giannis Konstantinos. Our last 3 jumps of these championships are on the water right now. Yep, extremely close. That is Lefteris Konstantinos, the father of Giannis Konstantinos, and the president of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation, the host organizers of this event here at their national training site in Agrinio. I sure hope that you good folks out there have watched and enjoyed the coverage. We certainly enjoyed making it. All right there. Now after 5 days of competitive action, here we go. This now is Ivan Zaletsov. If there hasn't already been enough drama surrounding this event, take a look. Nice looking jump, but can he ride it out? Yes, he can. He's been doing that a lot lately, up to a fault. All right then, ladies and gentlemen. The distance coming through. 52.4 meters, 174 feet. He is your final gold medalist in the discipline, among the disciplines. 32.4 meters, denying Giannis Konstantinos the gold medal at the last. Hello. Whoa, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Fast third. Oh, my word. If it could not get any crazier. Fast third segment. He has to take the jump again. Fast third segment. All right, then. So Yannis Kosathanos is still technically in the lead because that jump there will be ruled a fast third segment. He has no distance. He has no distance. A fast third segment. 52.4, and he gets to jump the remaining two jumps. If he does not out jump 52.4 meters, he will have a re-jump on that basis. So, Ivan Zaletsov. Now, here's the deal. Here is the deal. Harley Costa earlier on had a fast third segment, and the remedy to that was taking the letter in the 0 off down from Z to W. I wonder if that is going to cure this situation here. He just learnt of it. Wow. These folks here are staying behind. The judges are discussing. He let go. All right, then. The reason why there was a fast third segment is that he dropped the handle. He dropped the handle. That creates that. Wow. Okay. Let's see if we can make some sense out of this. The first reaction there from Yannis Kosathanos. Now, here's the rub. Fast third segment, jump number 1. He dropped the handle prior to take. Okay, so here's the deal. He believed that he jumped enough, 52.4 meters, so he started celebrating. However, what actually occurred was that he achieved a fast third segment on jump number 1. Now, because he dropped the handle in the midst of celebration, that means he loses a jump and now has to go straight to the third jump, knowing that he does not have an official distance to work with as a backup score. Wow. And all the while, so he's got one more jump to come. He's still got to jump over 50.4 meters to take the win here. Yannis Kosathanos. This is crazy pants, folks. I don't know what you're thinking out there, but oh my word. He's hugely late on this jump. Is that going to be enough? Can he land and ride it out? Yes, he can, but I'm not too sure about the distance. 48.7, 48.7. Now, what that does, we're going to go into the re-ride phase. Now, because he did not jump more than 52.4 with that jump, we go to the re-ride. Now, the re-ride was based upon jump number 1, having gone a fast third segment. He celebrated early. He dropped the handle after that first jump. That robbed him of his second jump. Now, 48.7 is his only official distance. Now, this is going to be a re-ride for the first jump. So, this is the jump that will determine the destiny of the gold medal in the U17 boys jump competition. The team is set. The overall is set. Let's see what Ivan Zaletsov has. Decent looking jump there, but is it going to be enough? Is it more than 50.4 meters? Came in with a lot of heat there. So he'll get a jump distance on jump number 1. $50.4, it's a jump off! Oh my word, it's a jump off! How much crazier is this jump event gonna get? Oh my word! 50.4, it's a jump off! Leaderboard, Kosathanos, Zaletsov, 50.4. Both of them have to go out again. I tell you what, and I hope that I don't insult that many people around here, but the Greek gods have a sense of humor. Who is writing this script? Zeus? This tournament just keeps on giving, and in some ways taking. All right, then, so 2 jumps each. All right, then, so let me bring you up to speed. First jump, Ivan Zaletsov, 52.4. Should have been all done and dusted, or at least he thought so. So he dropped the handle. In the midst of him dropping that handle, he learned that first jump distance yielded a fast time on the third segment. So that resulted in him being granted a deferred re-ride for his first jump. In amongst the celebration, the celebration that he had after the first jump led to him dropping the handle and denying him the second jump. Then he went on to lose the second jump, went to the third attempt, jumped 48.9. Now, because 48.9 was less than 52.4, he was given a re-ride. That re-ride yielded a distance of 50.4. 50.4 is the lead distance for Yannis Konsathanos, and it is going to be a 2-jump off. All right, looks like we're going to get some bits of paper. We're going to try and find a hat from somewhere, and we'll see if we can punch up the gain a little bit and hear what's going on so far as the microphone, the ambient mic is concerned. So what I'll do is I'll stay stum for a minute or so, and we'll Giannis will take to the water first, and then Ivan. Now, officially what this does is, the event's over. The official scores are 50.4. That's what goes into the official books. What this is doing for us now, it's only for first say. Won't affect overall, won't affect the team, won't affect anything else. So far as the overall is concerned, just in case you're wondering, Mikhailchenko is your champion in the overall. In second place overall, Ivan Zaletsov. In third place overall, Giannis Kotsafanos. Fourth place overall, Harley Costa. Team overall. Team classification. Sees Ukraine in the U17 team classification. Now, Ukraine, Belarus, Great Britain in that order. U14, U17 team classification. Too close to call there, I'm afraid, because there was about a 25 or so overall point differentiation between Ukraine and Belarus. So it's still very, very close to call. Now, all right, for those of you that are interested so far as the overall team classifications are concerned, U17, U14 team classification, the Hellenic Trophy, Ukraine, Belarus, Austria in that 1, 2, 3 order. All right, then. So for those of you that are interested so far as the U14, U17 combined overall team title, Ukraine battling hard against Belarus, and Ukraine prevailing, and in third place Austria in that combined team competition. All right, then. So now let's get this done. It's a jump off, folks. All right then, folks. Get on your feet no matter where you happen to be around the world. This is some of the most exciting skiing that you'll see for many, many months, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, skiing on the water, representing Greece, it is Yannis Konstanthanos. 2 jumps. 2 jump off. He jumped 50.4 for the lead. Ivan Zaletsov, after some major league shenanigans, jumped 50.4. That represents a tie. And the tie has to be jumped off. 2 jumps each. So we have not had a single runoff for the entirety of the event. And we have one now. Here we go. This is Yannis Konstanthanos. Jump number 1. Let's see what he's got. Waiting for the right movement. Driving in and off the turn. Yeah, good looking jump there. Good, nice, solid opener. Something to build from. The jump distance should be known in a moment. Yannis Konstanthanos. 50.4 meters. 50.4. Craziness. $50.4. 165 feet for those of you watching us from the United States in the early part of the afternoon. And just look at where he is positioned in relation to the jump. Makes the turn, drives it on through. A jump off for the win. A jump off for a classic, for an instant classic, folks. So, let's go. Last jump for Yannis Konstanthanos. Let's see what he's got. Let's hear you Greek fans get behind him. Here he comes. 50.4 on jump number 1. What can he do with the second one? Goes even further. $54.8 meters. 54.8 meters. Wow. 54.8 meters. Now it's Ivan's turn. All right, then, Ivan Zaletsov. Getting ready to go. Coming into this tournament, his best jump distance has been around about 52 meters. Hasn't been into 53 meters or 54 meters for that matter. And yet he's got to jump near on 55 meters to take the win. So 54.8 is the lead jump distance. All right, let's reset ourselves a little bit here. 54.8 in the jump off, having previously jumped 50.4 in the same jump off. Here he comes. This now is Ivan Zaletsov. And that jump there, if he lands it, will score. There you go. And I don't think that jump is going to be anywhere close to 55 meters. Okay, the distance should be 50.9. It's his best jump here. All right there, 50.9. His best jump produced here at Agrigno. Now, how much dare he risk? He's certainly late enough even for this position, and that is for 50.9 meters. How much does he dare go? The Greek contingent are in full celebratory mode right now. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, are in a corner right now, trying to stay as silent and as... Here he comes, Ivan Zaletsov. Let's see what he can do. Jump number 2. And not getting enough out of that jump distance, which means that he gets the distance through. We'll find out the official distance, but I don't think it's enough. I personally do not think it's enough. The jump distance, 50.9, 50.9. And ladies and gentlemen, that means that your jump champion. They've learnt about it now. Your jump champion in the U17 Boys Jump Championship of Europe is from Greece. Right at the last, Yannis Konsaphanos. Your podium. Right there. Yannis Konsaphanos ahead of Ivan Zaletsov, ahead of Harley Costa, and what a great indication of sportsmanship between the two. So Ivan Zaletsov lands his 2 best jumps here at Agrinio, the home of the Greek national training site. But it was not enough. Giannis prevails. So, in amongst all of the celebration going on right now, certainly worth remembering that the Ukrainians have won the individual boys overall competition, and they've also won the team in the U17s and the team in the combined. So there. Yep. I think we all know what he's trying to tell us. All right, then. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Bear in mind that it's a jump of 54.8 in the runoff. His official score is 50.4. In second place in the jump off, 50.9. His best distance is his official distance of 50.4. Harley Costa in third place with 49.7. And then from there, it's Mikhailichenko, Fern, Garcia, Ivanu, Serafrica, Kuna, Martinov, and Donestal. All right, so continuing on, folks, with our coverage of this 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships right here from Stratos Lake. Certainly one of the finest facilities of its kind in the world. And it delivers. There. Giannis Konsafanos. At some stage, he's going to have to take that bib off. But I think he'll want to keep it on all the way through to the banquet. All right, then. So that concludes the on-water action here over the last few days. We've just completed our 5th day of broadcasting here at Agrinio in Greece. This has been the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships coming to you from Agrinio in Greece. We'll have the prize presentations taking place in a few minutes, so grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage. And when we come back on the other side of the break, it'll be time to present the prizes for the events that took place today. The Under-17 Boys Slalom, the Under-14 Girls Slalom, the Under-14 Boys Tricks, the Under-17 Girls Tricks, the Under-14 Girls Jumps, and finally, the Under-17 Boys Jumps. And then when we get to the banquet, then we'll present the trophies to the overall individually U14, U17, and combined Hellenic trophy. But for now, we're going to take a break. And when we return, we'll have all of those award presentations coming up for you next.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the award presentations for this, the 2026 European and African Youth Water Ski Championships. But ladies and gentlemen, have you been entertained? All right then, folks. First of all, the first award presentation is going to be a special one for you good folks here in Greece, because we are going to go into the under-17 boys jump results. This is the award for the under-17 boys jumps. And it was an absolute barnstormer, folks, because in third place for Great Britain, with a distance of 49.7 meters, Harley Costa. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you runner-up and second spot with a jump distance of 50.4 meters. He was in second place due to a runoff. And ladies and gentlemen, from Ukraine, Ivan Zeletsov! Where are you, Ivan? Where is he? Where is Ivan? Where are you?
Early jump because I think they changed it.
Okay, we'll give him a few seconds then. Okay, while we get Ivan here, I'd like to introduce you to a good friend of mine now, because he's the mayor of Agrinio, Mr. Panatastasu. Where is the mayor?
Papanastasiou. It's not easy. I know, it's not easy.
And that's you, sir. So, while we wait for Ivan to make his way for second place, how have you enjoyed the championship so far?
Excellent.
Excellent.
We have... Ελληνικά.
Excellent, excellent.
Πραγματικά το πρωτάθλημα ήταν εξαιρετικό. Είχαμε βέβαια και μια Grand Guignol τελικό, όπου ο Γιάννης κατάφερε να πάρει το χρυσό και τον περιμένουμε.
All right then. Okay. So Ivan Zeletsov, second place, silver medalist and runner-up. Have you caught your breath yet? Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and the European Under-17 Boys Champion from Greece, Yannis Kotsafanos! And now, Mr. Mayor, would you like to come on over and present the medals, please? What's his name again?
Mr. Papanastasiou. It's not easy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and stand if you can as we now present to you the national anthem of the Hellenic Republic of Greece.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your award recipients. Harley Costa of Great Britain. Ivan Zaletsov, Ukraine. And your winner and European jump champion, Yanis Kosafanos. Gentlemen, thank you. All right, now we move into our regular schedule of awards, starting off with the U17 boys slalom results. Ladies and gentlemen, third place, bronze medalist from Great Britain, Harley Costa. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you silver medalist and runner-up from Greece, Yanis Kosafanos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, gold medalist, and European under-17 boys slalom champion from Ukraine, Mykola Mykolchenko. Presenting the medals is Markis Voridis, the member of the Hellenic Parliament. Markis Voridis. There you go. Member of Parliament for the Hellenic Republic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and stand, if you can, for the playing of the national anthem of Ukraine. Presenting to you your medalist. In third place from Great Britain, Harley Costa. Second place and runner-up, Yanis Kosafanos. And your European boys under-17 slalom champion, Mykola Mykolchenko. Gentlemen, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now are about to go into the award presentations for U14 Girls Slalom. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Sweden, Ali Hansen! And now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, silver medalist and runner-up from Belarus, Maria Vanikoskaya! And now, ladies and gentlemen, winner, gold medalist, and European under-14 girls slalom champion from Great Britain, Lara Cosgrove! Presenting the medals, the Vice Mayor of Agrinio, Mr. Zarkalivis.
Oh, super. Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and rise if you can for the playing of the national anthem of Great Britain, God Save the King. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you the medalist, Ali Hansen of Sweden for third. In second place, Maria Vanikoskaya of Belarus. And your gold medalist and European champion from Great Britain, Lara Cosgrove. Ladies, thank you. All right, now we go on to the under-14 boys trick results. Candido Mose will be presenting the medals here, and he'll be presenting to the following recipients, because in third place and winner of the bronze medal from Greece, Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you runner-up and silver medalist. He comes to us from Italia. It is Ivan Coccorona! Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist and European U14 boys trick champion from Austria, Franz Josef Stockinger. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medals will be the head of the World Tournament Council, Mr. Candido Mose, and he's also the chief judge of this competition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and stand, if you can, for the playing of the national anthem of Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your award recipients, Nikolaos Antonopoulos of Greece. Runner-up in second place from Italy, Ivan Kukurak. And your winner and gold medalist and European champion, Franz Josef Stockinger. Gentlemen, thank you. I know why he can't fall off, because the ski's longer than he is. All right then, folks, let's move right ahead to the U17 girls trick results. Ladies and gentlemen, third place bronze medalist from Belarus, Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, second place, runner-up from Great Britain, Izzy Cosgrove. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and European Under-17 Girls Trick Champion, from Ukraine, Maria Popova. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you Mr. Skoufis, the Vice Mayor of Agrinio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you can, for the playing of the national anthem of Ukraine. Presenting to you your award winners, Yelizaveta Nyotskaya from Belarus. Izzy Cosgrove, Great Britain, in the second place. And your winner and gold medalist and European champion from Ukraine, Maria Popova. Ladies, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on with the award presentations. We're still on the first page here. U14 girls jump results. Ladies and gentlemen, third place, winner of the bronze medal from Germany, Nina Masarov. Ladies and gentlemen, runner-up, second place, winner of the silver medal from Austria, Emily Beekman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist and European under-14 girls jump champion from Austria, Katarina Wienerreuter. Okay, so then I'd like to call on Mr. Dimitri Organis to present the medals. He is a regional councillor for the local area of Agrinia. So, Mr. Dimitri Organis, come in through. Communicate that to him. Communicate that to him as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and rise as we play the national anthem of Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalists. In third place for Germany, Nina Masarok. Runner-up and silver medalist, Emily Biedman. And your gold medalist from Austria and European U14 girls jump champion from Austria, Katharina Wienerreuter. Ladies, wait for it. Thank you. All right. Okay, folks. All right then, folks. What's going to happen now is we're going to wait a few minutes, actually a fair amount of time, before we actually go to the award ceremony for the overall at 8:30 tonight. 8:30 tonight. So get on back to your hotel, get your glad bags on, and come back in time for 8:30 for the award presentations there. Now, hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. I would suggest that anyone that has received a medal, either yesterday or today, comes up here, takes a nice little photo, and then that would be a nice wrap to all the event medalists. All of the medal recipients, come on down, line up, get your pictures in, and then that'll be good. All right. To the good folks that are watching here live on TWBC, thank you for your continued support and your continued viewership. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and the next time that you'll see us broadcast live will be in the Sunshine State of Florida in about a week or so's time. But until then, this is Tony Lightfoot saying, have a good night, and ciao for now.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.